Hello, hello, hello. We're back in business. I hope you're all well today. It's been a bit. So we're gonna kind of start off today just playing some Minecraft. I know that I wasn't here on Monday. I was supposed to have a lot of stuff, but then one of the things got canceled due to horrible ice storms. And then moved to Thursday morning, so Lord knows about stream tomorrow because, oh yeah, the only time we can get you in is 9. It's like, really? So, if I do stream tomorrow, it's gonna be a late stream, but can only do so much. I do hope everyone's doing well today on this very tiring morning. Sorry about that. I really had to sneeze. And I'd rather not sneeze into the mic and, you know, hurt everyone's ears. Been a bit. Gotta load in the world, deal with the lag that comes with it. Try and remember everything we were doing. I do hope everyone's well, though. It's been a hell of a week. Yeah, it's turning night time. Trying to remember what we were working on. So we got the tree farms. Then there's hell. We're missing boots. I guess we might have been going for better enchants. I'm just trying to remember everything we were doing, and it's a lot. I can see what we're smelting, I guess. Okay, we're smelting ores. Stone. Where would I put stone? There we go. Makes my life a lot easier. So this is the last bit of it? Okay, God, I've debated just making, a modded version of this world so I have mouse tweaks, because holy shit is it annoying. Okay, so we got a lot of iron. One, two, three, one, two, three. Get some more iron pickaxes, because I want to make sure that I have enough. Even if it's not just pickaxes. But I want to make sure that we have everything we're going to need. Okay, our shield might not last. So I'll grab an extra shield as well. One, two, three, four, five, six. How are you guys, though? It's been a while. I do hope everyone's well. I know, yeah, it's been a hell of a week. Lots of stuff relating to just, oh, do this, do that, back and forth for me. Oh yeah, this was another thing, getting all the sheep. Um, I know I haven't had much time to work on building, like, my actual PC and getting all the parts together, but okay, yeah. I need level 30, okay. I'm actually gonna use the chance. Once this is done, I'm gonna grab a piece and see what level I get. We might get a good level, who knows. Level 19? Well, we got 9 levels, so that's something. Oh yeah, I need boots. Don't want to forget that. And boop. Make myself some booties. And doop. Now we actually are fully armored. Hello, 21. How are you doing this morning? This very foggy morning, in all honesty. I know it's been a interesting week for me. Lots of annoying shit to deal with. I think that's the best way to put it for me. Okay. Trying to remember where everything is. Yep. This seems like a place that I need to go. I'm just trying to remember everything. Doing fine, just here, just tired. Yeah, that's a mood. I'm in a similar boat of being tired because I literally like woke up like not even half an hour ago. Yeah, I know like Monday I had a bunch of appointments and other shit. But then one of them got canceled because of storms and it's like, you just woke up? Ah. Yeah, sometimes it be that way. But yeah, like Monday I had a bunch of appointments, but one got canceled due to storms and stuff, and the because like midway through doing my stuff. Oh yes, ice. But that got moved to Thursday morning, and the only time they had that I could get within the next 2 months was 9 tomorrow, and I'm just like, really? I'll do it, but fine. Because I don't want to, like, lose the stream, so I might stream later tomorrow. Which means, I guess, soon as I get back around, like, who the fuck knows? Maybe around, like, 11 almost, at most, like, 11:30, but, like, as soon as I get back, I'm definitely going to stream, if possible. Just depends what time, because if it's like 12 due to stuff, I might not stream. It just depends. Because I also have school tomorrow. Because college. And I could technically just... I mean, it's not even... It's an online class that, like, I don't need to go in person. I just need to complete some assignments. So I literally could just go for some assignments and just be like, I'll do them later tonight. Go, zombie! I believe in you! Yeah, zombie! No! But, it just meant today I got occupational therapy for an appointment. Ah, therapy. Something a lot of us need, but don't like doing. Woo, society. Okay, creeper. Boom. It's just for social skills. I mean, I do therapy, just not for my social skills because I am so socially awkward, like like in real life. I used to be so socially awkward, and in all honesty, streaming is one of the things that is helping me get out of my shell, but also being forced into multiple things, like, yeah. Like, for those of you who've never done it, group therapy sucks. The people are nice, sometimes. You're not allowed to talk about what happened in group therapy, technically. But, still, is annoying. Because, let's be honest, who's going to talk about their issues in front of a bunch of strangers? Like, especially personal ones. I just pretended like I was okay the whole time because I remember that when I was younger. It sucked. Though it was interesting. I know I do remember like when I took health class back in the day though. Um I had a teacher whose last name was like Funky, and she was like a she was there for a bit, but then she like mainly because who the fuck knows what happened to her. Last I heard, she doesn't live here anymore, so or well, close to my knowledge. But it was really weird having a teacher whose last name is Funky because like what are you gonna do? Like, ah yes, um Miss Funky or Mr. Funky, how may I get help today for this health assignment? Like, how do you just go about that normally without, like, smiling to yourself? Like, it's hard not to smile hearing it. I mean, I've definitely had some interesting teachers, in high school and in middle school. Yay. Um, but yeah, it's kind of insane because it's like, oh, I wonder how this teacher or insert teacher has been doing, and oh god, one thing or another, who the hell knows what's happening? I mean, last I checked on my middle school math teacher, she was all right, but I heard through the grapevine that something happened and she got a divorce because one to something related to her husband doing something, but that was like irredeemably horrible, but I don't know what. So it's just like, okay. Like, that really just puts into your mind of like, what did he do? I need to know. Like, I need to know out of morbid curiosity type. Like, for anyone who has that morbid curiosity, which is practically everyone in some form, it's just kind of like, what did he do? Because, like, now I'm curious, because I'm a very curious person. I just didn't pry and ask if the person knew anything else, because not my business, but still something I think about, just like, I wonder. Because stuff like that, I've don't know why I get so interested in some of the oh frick in some of the random shit like that, but morbid curiosity just kind of like hmm. I will say though, I know some of my teachers are doing all right for themselves. Last I checked, my history teacher was doing all right. Last I checked, from specifically my civics teacher. She was a really nice teacher. Like, you don't get a lot of those all the time. Like, teachers that you can talk to and just are like, they're chill. You can just talk to them about practically anything, and they're like, cool. And they actually will, like, listen. Don't get a lot of those all the time, but I was lucky enough to get quite a few in my high school days. Um, like, my choir teacher was one of those teachers, like, despite being like quite religious, she didn't give a fuck about like who you love, etc. She's just like, "Can you sing? Cool." Like she actually cared about everyone in the choir like group and stuff and was she was one of those teachers that if someone actually pissed her off, it was rare, but it was scary because if you manage to do enough to piss off someone who normally is very calm, collected, very like they don't have big reactions, like it's scary as hell because you don't know how to react other than dear god, what did you do to whoever caused it? And it's like, oh boy, here we go. Okay, I hear a spider. But it's really interesting when you get to look back at those days and you're just like, damn, I wonder what happened. I know, like, when I was in high school, it was a lot different in some ways because things change every year. Last I heard, they had a new principal, and it's crazy because the principal I had still was there until like a few years ago. But even now, like the new principal is like really just trying to prove himself. And it's just like, dude, stop putting the kids at risk. Here's something I don't understand but normally don't talk about a lot of people via online. My curiosity has been piqued. Ugh, I know my allergy's been acting up a bit too. Eh, but that happens. Especially around this time of year. The closer we get to spring, the worse it's gonna get. To a point where I'm gonna have like tissues constantly nearby and might need to mute multiple times just to fricking blow my nose esque. Like, I have awful, and I mean awful, allergies. Doesn't get too good, but it happens. Bonk, bonk. Ooh, iron ingot from him. Okay. It's a frickin' oval. It's an oval room. Ovular. I think that's how you say it. I don't know. What I do know is, yeah. In terms of actual, like, teachers, I don't know how they put up with some of the shit they had to deal with. Even now, I still don't understand how they can put up with it. Because holy shit. Like, damn. Teachers, like, I want to know how they do it. Because there are times where I'm just like, how have you not snapped? Like, there's so many things that, like, I just think about now. Because it's like, where's the time gone? But also, how do the teachers put up with this? Or, like, I think of all these random things, but they all come back to one singular thing. And it's weird. Like, online, I could talk about all sorts of random shit that goes on. And if I wasn't the type of person to, like, wear my heart on my sleeve in a way, in a lot of ways, on, like, yeah, I'm not, like, in certain ways specifically, like, who knows where I'd be, but I'm someone who just. It's weird because, like, I'll lie in person and be like, oh, I'm fine. But online, I just don't care enough to lie and say, oh, I'm fine. I'm just like, no, I'm not okay. When I'm not okay and stuff, like, and I don't get it. And I think there, and I know, I just don't get why I do it, despite knowing a good reason why it probably happens. Because brain do burr, but like there's psychological reasons for it that happen that are like common in most people. But even then, I just kind of look at myself and think, maybe maybe I just exist on another wavelength. And then I usually am just like, wait, that's dumb. And I just go back to my day. Like, I'm one of those people who just, anything that pops to my head, sometimes I will say it without thinking. Like, I don't know why, but it happens. Like, I could think and I still sometimes say it without thinking fully. And I don't understand how I do it, but it happens. And where the fuck did that arrow come from? Okay, so it came from this way. Um, the fuck? Where the fuck did it come from? Now I'm like really concerned on where it came from. I see those diamonds there. I need like a water bucket if I'm gonna go fully down there. Do I want copper? Wait, how did I get a golden chest plate? Ah, I have an idea, but it's probably from one of the mobs. Don't know when I got it, but who knows? Ooh, iron. Iron is extremely useful. Same for redstone. Both are extremely useful for me. I know one thing I do want to do. Big stretch. Big stretch. Like, one thing I do want to do is, like, set up a bunch more, like, redstone stuff eventually. Because I love redstone. It's fun. And I actually enjoy it a lot. But that's besides the point. I'm gonna be lost in here by the end of this, most likely, so let me just put a piece of andesite on where I think we're supposed to be going. Oh, hi, zombie. There we go. And boop. I know that, one thing I did do recently, I did it over the weekend with D&D and D and stuff. That was its own thing. But I also took some time to kinda... I know there's been some, like, controversy around certain things, and it's like, I don't know what it fully is, but I'm just here like, really? Because I know I don't pay much attention to social media because I don't really use social media. I have them, I just don't use them. It's better for my mental health. It's better for anyone's mental health to not be around that type of stuff, honestly. But from what I heard from one of my friends, there's been controversy around Hazbin Hotel, and its new release, and I'm just like, why? Isn't it? And then I decided out of boredom just to watch it, and I can see where one bit of controversy may have come in, but even then, it's kind of like, this is just an accurate representation of how some people react. Like, as someone who's done lots of like classes and who's done my fair share of just learning about it, the actual like I'm not gonna spoil what happens because it depends if you want to watch it. Though it is not for kids, that's for sure. Oh boy, I don't know how to get out of here. What's the fuck's over here? Well, they said my cobblestone pillar. I didn't even notice that up there, but yeah, like I'm one of those people who just like I gotta watch the show or thing before I make any decisions. But I was like watching it and I'm just here like I still don't see anything that is controversial until like episode 4 and it's like I can see how this is controversial to some people, but not my fault if you get uncomfortable about it, but it's not controversial if you're looking at it from the lens of like the actual meaning behind certain things. Like, fuck, how do I get out of here? Is it through here? Yes. Oh, thank God. But like, I look at a lot of that stuff from a lens of more neutral and from the stuff I've learned about like psychology, etc. And like, there's a full thing, like, there was a full unit we did because of how important it is and how much it affects people. Yeah, I want to hear something I find crazy. Sure, why not? I'm up for hearing it. But, like, as I was saying, it's. I look at it and I just think to myself, yeah, I can see it and why some people think it, but as someone who knows, like, hey, this is how some people do react to this or that, especially when you look at it from that lens, it really just puts into perspective a lot more because you start to think, okay, interesting type stuff. Because there's some common things that do happen, like people turning to more sexual things as a way of coping or turning their own, like, pain and their own, like, PTSD and sexualizing it unintentionally as a natural form of coping. Like, it's a very weird but interesting thing to learn about because it's a natural human reaction that happens to some people. Not everyone, but it happens to enough people to become a more of a, like, what's it called? A pattern. That's what it's called. And it's really interesting to kind of look at from that perspective. So, one of the students was found vaping. Off school you go? Well, I hope you have fun at school, but yeah, it actually brings on another point I have about vaping. I think one thing I have found by a lot of people who vape, not everyone, but a lot of people who I have talked to or friends with slash were friends with, they can get so protective over vapes and like what they're smoking, like just overall to an extent where it's like, dude, can you not? Especially around me, because I have severe asthma. So, like, I can't really stay around smoke too long. But, like, when I tell them not to do it around me, like, it should be respected. Like, yeah, someone doesn't want to have smoke around them. But I hate it when people are like, oh, you just insert thing. Like, oh, you just haven't had the right one, or oh, stop complaining. It's like, it's not complaining, it's literally just telling you, stop. Turns out he's 12. Yeah, that's about right sometimes. I found that a lot of people younger are starting to do that. And I know it makes me sound old when I say it, but I really don't like it. And it's not because one thing or another, it's because the amount of times I've seen people actually, like, completely fuck up their lungs, and it's like, oh, well, it didn't affect insert person that way. That's putting one person over the entirety of, like, um thousands of people control group where it was shown most do get it. It just means that person was lucky. Like, that's something that I found about not just smokers, but addicts in general, is they will always go for that type of fallacy. And it's a natural reaction to try and justify it, or, oh, I use it for a medical reason type thing. I've seen people use that for alcohol before. I wish I was shitting you. But it's like, after a point, you're just kind of here like, really? You don't have to bullshit. Okay, I'm going to school. About to start. See ya. Well, I hope you have a wonderful day. I'm going to be streaming here for a while. But yeah, like this is stuff I've experienced personally. I've watched personally. It's like I don't like seeing the people I care about hurting, but I also don't like seeing all these people just act like it's nothing either, because it just pisses me off more as someone who has lost multiple people to that. Like, it's insane to me because I get why addictions act the way they do. It's more of one of those things of, after a point, you've seen enough people, like, get hurt to that type of stuff that you're just like, please, for God's sakes, just listen. Despite the fact you know they're not going to listen. And it just really drives me up the wall watching some of the people just do it and then, like, knowingly just reject, like, any form of, like, oh yeah, I don't care what happens to you type thing, because it's like, really? Because after a point, you're just like, I don't care if you're smoking, I don't care if you're doing insert this, but if I ask you not to do something around me, like, you should at least respect that. And it's not just me who's dealt with that, I know others have too, but it's like, I've seen some of them be so prissy about it too that it's just like, why? Why? Like, you don't have a moral high ground. That's for sure. There's definitely not a moral high ground there. But you just look at it and you're just thinking to yourself, what the fuck? Like, I think that's the best way to put it is, what the fuck? Because it's annoying at this point. Like, I think that's something a lot of people should think about too sometimes, is like to an extent you should care about yourself, but like in those situations, like respecting people's boundaries is such an important thing. Like, it's one of those things that it's sad that it happens enough that it became an issue. Like, the fudge. Dude, what are you doing? Okay, we're at level 22. In terms of the nether balls, yeah, I have no fucking clue what I'm gonna do. Um, just take a stack of cobble for now. See how bad the nether is today. Maybe it will treat us nicely for once. Maybe. Oh yeah, I'm not wearing gold. I'm not wearing gold. I'm not wearing gold. I'm not wearing gold. Let me go through. Oh my god, I'm just in the right place that they can't hit me. Oh. Oh my god! I forgot they go through. I always forget how far some of the stuff goes with that. Like, dear god. Well, good thing I had a shield. Okay, now we go to the nether. But yeah, like, I'm someone who just, like, I have my own things I enjoy, but I don't like pushing it onto others. Or, like, forcing others to be around for it. Like, especially when it comes to streaming. That's something that's, like, really important to remember is I don't force people to stay. I don't do that shit. It's just not okay to do. But it's like, kind of spending time doing that stuff. Like, sometimes you just gotta take a chill pill and breathe. But also understand not everyone's going to want to be around it. Or you, in some cases. And it's okay. But if someone says, hey, can you not, please? It should be respected. Like, just in general. Okay, we need to find warped fungi. Oh, come on. Is it gonna be one of these days again? It is gonna be one of these days again, isn't it? Great. Oh boy, here we go again. I hate when stuff like this happens. But, like, for me, I'm someone who doesn't care too much as long as, like, you're willing to treat me as a person, but and like understand shit. Like when I say, "Hey, don't do that," you can like listen. Like that's something I'm okay with, but there are times where I am just like, "Really?" Oh, come on. I didn't do shit. I didn't do shit. Why are they mad at me? I was existing. I just want my stuff back. Is that such a bad thing? I didn't do anything to you! Like, the hell? It's gonna be one of these days. Great. It really is gonna be one of these fucking days. Okay. How much do I have? I'm breaking one. Oh, that's not gonna do enough. Also, fucking hell. Rip to my frickin' shit. Um, 2, 3. Um, 1, 2, 3. Just very annoyed right now. Which I think is understandable. Are they still mad? You aren't. You have all my stuff, basically. Fuck. Where's my food? Is it gone? I need to go get food. God damn it. I wish I could, like, make more warped fungus. Just appear. That would be nice. I hate that I need more food, because it's like, I just got that food. I hate hoglins with a passion. Like, they don't deserve love. Great, it's gonna be one of these types of things. Okay, just... dead. I'm just gonna bow down the hoglins and shit. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. I had to sneeze. Okay, so I need to aim up a bit. Okay. And then... And then... Ah, I finally got some of my stuff back. Not all of it, but some of it. I know that chest plate is lost forever, but... Oh, that's cool. It's so funny to watch them just run away like that. Here, have a gold ingot. Give me something cool. You know, Jesus Christ. I'm like, damn. Gonna be one of those days, isn't it? Frickin' knew it was. They still mad at me? Holy shit, look at all the arrows. At least they lost line of sight. I'll have this over a dumb thing. I need warped fungus. Speak of the devil. Womp. Okay, we got a warped fungus. Not warped fungi, but a warped fungus. Fear it! Fear it, Hoglins! Boo! Oh, protect me. Oh my god. Okay, how do I get out? With, like, more fungi, preferably. It's such a bad thing to want more fungi. The fact that I can do that and just, like, slowly get them away is so nice. Boo! Okay, time to try and find more. Do I know where a warped forest is? I don't think I do. That's my issue. You know, I got an idea, though. I need soul sand, too, if I want to get some soul searching done. Yeah, idiot. Okay, so... I'm gonna put it there, so it, like, keeps them away. But I need to find, like, a warp forest or something. Actually, something I can do in, at least here. Because it doesn't affect me the same way. Oh my god, right over there. That Enderman's angry at me, isn't it? Fucking of course it is. Duh! I think it's dead, but oh my god, that scared me. Okay, I don't have a pickaxe. Need to get a new one. There we go. Okay. Still wish I could grab those outside of creative. still take these. I wonder why I stopped with that. You know? Thinking about it. Fucking of course. I want your, block, please? Ooh, I'll take the Ender Pearl, too. Still a funny noise to me, but also terrifying at the same time. Good job. Mojang did something. Okay, let's see. Because one thing I can do, thankfully, is I can actually spread this with bone meal. So, that's a plus. Oh boy. This is a dangerous thing, and I hear that ghast. I just don't know where the fuck it is. Um... Let's hope it doesn't see me. Because that would suck. Just here. Then we're all fucked. The end. Like, in all honesty, I hate ghasts. I hate a lot of the nether mobs. Because they're more annoying than anything else. If I could put a group of mobs that are annoying that I want to get rid of, it would be the Hoglins, it would be the Phantoms. Like, those two are the ones, like, if I had to get rid of one in every dimension, it would be those two. Because the end needs more mobs. It doesn't have enough mobs. Like, the shulkers exist for a reason. At least they're interesting. Bump, bump. I just gotta hope and pray that I don't die today from this fiery pit of hell. Oh God. Just hoping and praying that I don't fall into lava tonight. Yay. Then here's a story. I don't know why that popped into my head right now. But for some reason it popped into my head. Into my head. I don't understand why it did though. I know when I'm nervous I talk a lot. I sometimes sing a lot at the same time. I'll talk a lot, I'll sing a lot, I feel different things. I try all sorts of things. Oh boy. Here we go again. Oh Lord, I don't wanna fall down. Oh mamma mia. Thank God we're getting more of these. I do need my fair share of warped fungi, after all. Something I should do to kind of mark my path a bit so I can, like, find it is just torch. Okay, we got lava pillars. We got basalt deltas. Souls of the damned. Things that fit in hell. Ooh, a magma cube. Oh boy. Okay. Might as well grab a bunch of these while I'm here. Yeah, I think it's best I just grab stuff and, like, keep things outlined of, like, oh yeah, I went over here. Hmm. At least I'm getting a load of shit, too. Big yawn. It makes sense, though, that, like, hoglins can't spawn here. Like, why would they spawn where their greatest fear is? Fungus of the warped type. Bum bum bum! Not the fungus. There's fungus among us. It's not a joke for the internet. It's not a joke for the internet. The fact that I have to reiterate says that there's something wrong with the internet. Just gonna scooch by, Enderman. Thank you. Oh boy, here we go again. Oh boy. Well, back to my normal chunks. Because I prefer my normal chunks, honestly. And I know that may seem weird to some people, but I don't give a fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, whatever. How many from the outside? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boop. 2, 3, 4. Boop. Bup, 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 bup. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then it's on 9. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ha! Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, it's not the same on both sides. 1, 2. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it should be here. Which puts a whole new level on this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the nether portal is uneven anyway. And I know that's something I need to fix, so. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. I just need some more obsidian, and then I need to move it here. I'm gonna need some dirt to move this. Oh boy. Okay. I just gonna need to take some time to do that. Eventually. Oh boy. Really? Okay, now that that nuisance is gone. Um, quartz, mob drop, armor, mob drop, plants. I don't know where I'd put this. I don't know where I'd put warp nylium. Guess I'll put it in here for now. Till I figure it out. This is a miscellaneous. And then weapons and ammo. If I really want to put it here. But I'm probably going to keep the arrows on me. Great, it's almost night again. God damn it. Okay. Even then, I still need to figure out where I want to put this. Because this is just a starter house. Nothing big. Okay, I do have an axe at least, so this will make my life a little easier. 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna do this. There we go. I think doing something like this might be worth it. Big yawn. The biggest of yawn. I think doing this is alright. So I think I'm gonna need a little bit, but not too much. Don't know why I keep yawning though. Could be lack of sleep, could be something else. Yeah, I can't really think of stuff to talk about all the time. It's kind of hard when you don't know what to say, when you don't know what to feel. Just kind of in that brain moment of just, what? That's kind of where I'm at. Great, I won't even have enough to finish this. Did I miss? Where did it go? Oh, there it is. I was like, where the fuck did it go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, here we go again. It's a shame I lost all that XP, too. Boy, that would have been useful to have. Yeah. What now, I wonder? Yay. Okay, I need to figure this out now. Okay, so... I got 2 powered rails. I'm gonna need more powered rails if I'm gonna build it. Oh, thanks for the follow, Wrenchbox. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Okay, how do I make powered rails? I'm trying to remember. Okay, I need... Yeah, gold and redstone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just building stuff, trying to get things ready. But I do hope you're well today. Okay, with that, then I can make myself a rail. Powered rails. Okay. Then I need multiple ferni. Do I have any extra in decor? No, I do not. Okay, so 8. Not enough, but close. 9, so with that, 1, 2, 3, 4. But I'm probably going to keep the one in here, so... Perfect. Add another 5 so I have extra, because I'm probably only going to use 10 of these. 1, 2, 3. Okay, then I need normal rails. We got quite a lot of those. I don't know if it's enough. Gonna want to stack that. I know I need chests. So, no, I don't want to put my pickaxe in there. But, yeah, it's interesting morning. Right now, just doing a lot of stuff. I need a bunch of hoppers. 12? Definitely not enough. Can make 12 more at least. And, oh, 13. Perfect. That actually might be enough. Okay, so I need 20 at least. Your son is very cute, by the way. Thank you. Wait, no, I need 30. Fuck. Yeah, the Sona I made is just a small little thing that I made a long time ago and slowly have upgraded over time, and it eventually, like, I'll say Kaya's started very differently. Like, there didn't used to be like horns and shit. It used to be very basic. But then I decided, you know what? I have this D&D um species, so I'm gonna like make that instead. That was my whole thought process behind it. Okay. Oh my god, there's iron and gold in there. Anyways, let's see. If I'm gonna build it, I'm probably gonna have to build it outside because I don't think that's enough room. Then I need a block pallet. I'll take this, and I will make it into deep slate tiles, I guess. Then it looks nice. I'll put it against the back side of my house, I guess. Okay, so I'm gonna need to kind of mine away some of this. I don't have a shovel, but that's okay. Um, hell yeah. Yeah, I'm someone who loves D&D, and so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna use my Frox race because it's nice like that. Okay. So I need the Ferni. 2, 3, 4. I don't know exactly how I'm gonna position this now. God. Okay, I'm probably gonna position it this way. Okay, so if I'm gonna do this, we'll start here. Is that enough? D&D is dope. Oh yeah, D&D is really fun. I have my own D&D group, and there's one person that I'm just like, the only reason that he's still there is because he's basically the cousin of one of my friends, and he hasn't hit that last check mark just yet, but if he does, I'm willing to put my foot down because I'm the DM. And he's one of those people with main character syndrome in a lot of ways. And I don't know how he has the luck. We've tested him and everything. Like to make sure it's not cheating. We've given him different dice. He rolls way too well for a normal person. Like, what the hell? And it's not something that he controls either. That's the scary part. Like, I don't fucking know how he rolls so well, but he does. You know, I just realized I forgot the one important thing we actually need for this. Redstone. Boy, a redstone contraption without redstone? That seems impossible. But yeah, he's one of those people. Like, he's a nice guy and all. I'll give him that, but ah, I think that's the best way to put it is ah. I'm trying to remember how to make this like to the best of my abilities. Okay, then it's like this and then fuck. No, no. Eh. I am all over the place today, it seems. There we go. But like I get it. Everyone likes to be the main character at points, but when you have more people in there, it's like you can't be the main character all the time. Redstone Minecraft. I mean, the it barely uses redstone, but it still uses red. God dang it! I'm gonna need more, aren't I? Um, yeah, I need to do something about this real quick. I'm trying to remember exacts of how this works. Okay, and then boop boop boop, then doop 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 a doop a doop a doop boo. Okay, I need one more powered rail. Wow, how useful, how amazing. But like, I get it. Everyone likes being main character, but you can't always be. And it's like I know he's in another D&D group too, and I'm just thinking, I don't know if he's that bad. Like what annoys me is that he didn't go over his character with me especially, and I told him to send it to me when he got it done, but he never did, and I'm like, okay, so I guess he doesn't want. And then he just comes in with the character that he had from another campaign. It's like, dude. And the only reason I haven't done shit about it yet is because I'm trying to be so nice to my friends. And honestly, I am like wit's end like 9 times out of 10. Like that is where I'm at sometimes. Like the character idea is interesting. Sometimes you gotta put your foot down. Yeah, like I've kind of put my foot down on so much at this point that I'm like, okay, what's next? Like I'm someone who is a lot more passive as a person, just like in life in general. Hey, Shits Pie, have you been Mr. High Quality Affordable Car? Very funny. I wish it was that simple to be high quality affordable. But I'm alright. Hope you're well too. But yeah, like, as I was saying, there are times where I just have to put my foot down, and it's like, really? Because in all honesty, I love the character idea. Being an aspect of a god that got weakened due to many different reasons, and working to gain that power back, I think that's an interesting character. Like, there's a lot that can come from that. But, okay, that didn't set off that, so. If I put it here, it only does that. So if I put it here, uh, Okay, so it doesn't go all the way like it should. That's the thing that's annoying me. I might need to move this one over. Or I just... Because if I do this, yeah, it doesn't light that up. That's what's annoying. Are you fucking serious? Okay, where's my axe? This is my luck. But, like, I put my foot down on a lot of stuff. But there are times where I'm just like, you gotta be shitting me. And I get my friend doesn't want, like, a bunch of stuff happening, but it's like it or not, that's just how it's gonna be. I think I know what I'm gonna do to fix this. And it is literally just boop. There we go, that should fix it. But like, yeah, I've put my foot down enough times with that. It's like, you'd think they would have listened by now, but no. And I need to talk with that person more. It's like, it's specifically that friend now that I need to talk to. Like, look, I get you like them. I get they're your cousin, but no. And that's kind of where I'm at is like, yeah, I've just, because I've put my foot down enough times that I don't care what they say. They do this shit again. I'm not gonna hold back. Like, because I know I'm not the only one tired of it. So, and like the amount of times where I've just outright said, no, that you can't do that. Like, love tech Minecraft, so cool. Big brain for me. I'd love to get more into it though. Yeah, like, I will say, tech Minecraft is so fun for me as someone who, like, loves building and stuff. Getting into the tech stuff just kind of added to it because I get to build and add to the stuff more. I get to try these new things that I normally never got to try. Like, for example, do I have a place for this? I don't, do I? God fucking damn it. Well, good thing I have space for more chests. You know what's a really interesting saying? Not a lot of people know it's a saying, but it's an it's basically what instead of saying tea, they would say sugar to the cream back in the day. Bricks. So this will just be brick stuff. Tile. So for tiles and shit like that. Um, and then what should I put for this one? Grass, nylium, mycie, and then just nylium, I guess, for now. Yeah, TMC is so magical. If you want to get into recommend checking for YouTube, makes trend. But yeah, like as I was saying, like it's kind of a thing of if they've been pushing to keep doing this because oh, I have a bunch of spell slots and so does she. But it's like the two clerics have a bunch of spell slots, yes, but the fact that most of the party are martial characters and they are out of abilities, and the fact that the first floor, mind you, there's the first floor, you get traps. The floor after that was skeletons and shit, and it wiped a bunch of their HP as well. And the only one who didn't get hurt was them because they decided to go for a really, honestly, cool strategy, which I'm glad that they thought of. Like, I'm proud of them for thinking of it. Like, using Shield of Faith and stuff with one cleric, and then holding a shield up and using multiple things like Sanctuary, as well as Faith Guardian, because if you use Faith Guardian then Sanctuary, it does technically work. How far? We're only level 7, thankfully, so. But, like, I've put my foot down on some stuff, thankfully, at this point, but yeah, it's one of those things now where I'm not putting up with the bullshit anymore because I'm just as tired as some of the other people. But even then, like, we've been going for over a year strong, and this person is the newest person to the group. So, like, I've been lenient on some things, but, like, it's gotten to a point where I'm not going to be lenient anymore. Like, I've already said that. And so far, they haven't done anything since then, thankfully. But I'm still willing to put my foot down at this point because you just kind of sit there like, dude, are you serious? Because some of it is just so dumb, it's hard to believe that they're actually annoyed by it. Like, they. I know very well they don't understand how certain spells work, but think they do understand. And it just makes me laugh to myself because it's like, dude, you really need to get yourself checked in on some stuff. Because there are a lot of spells. I get it. It's hard for me to remember every spell. But, like, you'd expect them to, like, at least know how their spells work. And that still baffles me. But thankfully, not too much has come from that stuff. Like, I've made corrections here and there to them, but Lord knows how that's gonna go. Do I want to put it here or on the other side? No, I'm gonna put it here. But must be completely new player. No, they're an old player. Like, they're not a new player. They don't seem to understand certain things. Won't be really talking for next hour. That's fine. I understand you. If it all works out, sorry to stress person causing though. Oh, lol. Yeah, no, they just really have a main character syndrome. To an extent where it's like, dude. I was gonna say, maybe they're just new into us. No, I think what's sad is everyone else is a new player except for him and me. And this is my second ever campaign in general, and I've been the DM both times. I am the forever DM. And it's like, it's been years before I even started this campaign, and, like, it's a homebrew world, and it's like, dude, if you're gonna try and fight me over world-related stuff and lore stuff, you need to go to a different place because this is not normal. Like, D&D can be in homebrew worlds. Like, it's same rules and stuff. Like, I added a few things like limited death and stuff. Like, if they die, they can only be resurrected once by a raised dead. Revivify is another story. But, like, if they want to be resurrected again, they have to ask a god or a demon, make a deal of sorts. Like, it's your... Exactly! It's like, dude... I need something to cook. I got an idea. But it's like, it's so dumb sometimes that I'm just like, he can't be serious, can he? But still, somehow he is. Like, people are so frustrated. Yeah, they really are. Like, I don't get it. But it's like, if he... I know right now, they're in an area they're not supposed to be. I've already said, are you sure, to going in. they went through the traps, but they got bodied by the skeletons. Specifically, there were a total of 66 skeletons, but they were classed as skeleton swarms, where there is 6 per swarm. So it's like, and they're easy to just destroy. Like you'd think, until like this was meant to be a higher level area in general because it's the lair of a mummy lord. And then one of them is like, I'm going to create water. Are you okay? It evaporates. Because in a mummy lord's lair, water evaporates and all food spoils. All water, all food spoils. Alcohol turns to vinegar. Like, they can't use their rations. I've made it known that it's weird and there's undead energy and that it's powerful feeling, but nope, the players are just like, let's do this. And this person thinks that they can get, like, keep doing it. It's like, dude, think of the other party members. Like, I know that may not be what your character thinks, and if you want, you can go on, but I'm just gonna say, you're gonna die instantly. Like, there's no rolls or anything. It's just gonna be, make a new character. Because, literally, they are level 7, and I will tell you, no matter what they do, they ain't surviving the rest of the floors. Because, mind you, to get to the Mummy Lord, there's still three more floors of enemies and then a floor of traps. Like, this is a later game dungeon because a mummy lord with a lair is CR 16 for a reason. And like, yeah, there's 5 of them. I expect them to be able to beat it a bit sooner than level 16. But the only reason this came about is not because I pointed them into the direction. It's specifically because one player asked a god they got. So there's a player whose character does not like gods much, but due to things that happened, they are an orange and red dragonborn, and being the only one left in a long line of lineage that's a dragonborn that has the ability, they got stuck into a contract where a goddess who is trapped, specifically Tiamat's sister, is basically stuck with them now as like, hey, you're the only person I can really talk to because you're like the last of your kind. If you can help me free, I'll help you type thing. Like, they're literally on a deal type thing of like, you help me, I help you type thing. But it's funny because I'm just thinking to myself, okay, because it's created some really funny moments. Like, because this goddess specifically acts very similar to the character's sister, unintentionally. But they ask the goddess, do you have any idea where they could be? So the goddess used some powers, which are limited due to being trapped in a crystal after being almost murdered by her sister. And I was like, okay, so they are specifically in this area, at this temple. And they decided to go there. Despite the fact I said as the goddess, though it looks very dangerous, and I don't know if it's safe. And then, because one of the characters is half dragon, so one of them is a Ganassi dragon hybrid, that the only dragon trait they have is their resistance and a weaker dragon's breath. And the only reason, like, because we kind of talked about it, and it's like, it's very balanced too because of how we did it. And so finds out, yeah, her dad's alive, thought she was dead, blah blah blah. So they use the dad as a scout. The dad even says, though it looks very dangerous, I don't know if it's safe. Like, I have made so many warnings, even the, are you sure? Yet they went in. And I'm just like, guys, you are going to get yourself killed. Literally, the same session, too, that I said, are you sure? And they almost got pummeled by a musician that they literally went up to and was like, "I'm sorry my friends tried to kidnap you." They were what? Like, and it was a whole fucking thing where, like, the martial characters were up against this while the two clerics were, like, bickering because of trauma stuff related to one of them in their backstory. And it's so funny because, like, you were what? Trying to kidnap me? And it led to a whole thing where she was racist because her, and then sexist, but also kind and motherly, then old town grandma, and then offering drugs within two paragraphs. Like, it was insane. It was so weird. But, like, when the group actually gets into roleplay and stuff, they do amazing. Like, they are hilarious. Like, I added this potion called the gambling potion. It randomly gives an effect. It can be anywhere from permanently increase your constitution to death, or you are now blue for the rest of the day. So it's basically, unless specified a time, it will last for the entire day. And some of them are really hilarious, like one that we got, flaccid teeth, twice in a row on the same character. It was fucking hilarious. But if you roll a 100, you get multiple effects, and that can stack. I think the only stack we had was a double stack, and it led to the Dragonborn being turned in a tiny bird fox with giant muscular legs and rubber skin, and it was really weird. Like, but it's created a lot of roleplay opportunities, especially when um the drow we have, who's the one who was all those things within like a few paragraphs, um decided to drink it and then got fourth wall breaking vision and started talking about flesh giants, and then got one where all the plants are screaming around her. It's basically speak with plants, but they all scream. And then she was enjoying the fact that as soon as she like laid on him, you just hear screams of like, "No, Jimmy!" And it was so weird because the party was like, "Is she going crazy?" Like, it was a full thing, but it was hilarious. And it's created a lot of roleplay opportunities that normally you wouldn't get a chance to do. And it definitely breaks up the monotony of travel, too. Because they're like, we want to go day by day with travel, we want to see what we get. And I'm glad that it does that for them. Because it's so dumb, but so funny. Yeah, I'm so glad I created it. It is a really fun idea, and I'm glad that they enjoy it as much as I do, because some of them are really fun to do, like as a DM too, because not only does it challenge your mind, but it challenges the players and gives so many roleplay opportunities because, like, I think one of the funniest ones that we got was when the Dragonborn got one that was literally a fireball centered on yourself just activates. So basically, he just got fireballed by the potion. And I still remember someone saying, "Dang, must have been a spicy one." And, like, I've gotten some weird things from this group. Like, I was playing a character, and I'm like, okay, we need to talk about the big threat that we are dealing with. And then you just hear one of the party members, "Are you racist?" And it's like, what? What the fuck? Who asked that? Like, there are some things as a DM I am not ready for or able to respond without going, what? Like, I have actually gone into a point where I don't know what to say to some of the stuff they ask. Like, there's some hilarious things that will come of it, and it's like, I don't get why it's funny to just come up with this stuff off the top of your head, but it is. Like, some of it, I get why it's funny. Other stuff, it's like, where the fuck did you come up with that? And it's like, my group, I think the best way to describe them is chaos. Like, I think that's the only way you can really describe them. Because, holy crap. Let's see. Foom. Yay, it's all on fire now. At least it's working. But yeah, it's like, I'm glad I came up with some, like, the idea of the gambling potion overall, because it's created enough fun for the group where it's been worth it. And I'm glad I can say that it was fun enough that they enjoy it. Because making magic items is already difficult enough, but like one thing I adopted was this whole rule system, if you know what it is, um, where basically there's an enchantment process and stuff when making magic items, because I want to make it so like the people who make magic items can, because some of the players have been like, ooh, I want to try that. And I think what's funny is the drow, who's a blood hunter, because she is like, can I be a blood hunter? I know it's not normal D&D content from what I've heard, but I want to try it. And I'm like, sure. So she went Ghost Slayer. And her idea, because she took in the better drow magic, so what she did is Aether Walk. So she was like in between realms and could go through objects and levitate to just go right through the ceiling and just like see ya fuckers. Just right through the ceiling. So like when she wants to, she can just go through walls and ceilings and just like full on ghost mode, and it's hilarious. Because you don't expect it, and then it's just, where the frick did you come from? Oh, it's so perfectly lined. Oh, that's nice. But it's nice that they're enjoying it. Okay, things I have. I can now mark this off. Bump. Finish house. Yes and no. I finished my starter house. Mob proofing, better storage. Would I call this better storage? No. Sniffer egg, ruins, coral. Sheep, cow, villager, trading, hall, frogs, froglight, drowned, raid. Kelp, potion, bamboo, blast chamber. I did manage to get bamboo, but I don't have a bamboo farm. Because it was so frustrating before, huh? Really, I'm glad I can edit signs. Oh yeah, I am so happy you can edit signs now. Like, that's one of the things I am very happy you can do. Like, I know right now this is just kind of like my starter thing, but I want to make like a full-on, like, big base. This is almost broken. Poor guy. Um, 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna make some more shovels. But, I know I mentioned it earlier in the stream, but I actually watched Hazbin Hotel finally on Amazon because I'm like, you know what? I know it's controversial to some people, and I'll see why. I'm one of those people who likes to test and like see, okay, I like to see things first. I have an unhealthy obsession with furnace arrays. Yeah, your campaign since baddest. Yeah, I understand furnace array stuff, but yeah, like for me, I try to keep it as fun as possible. Like there was one thing that the whole thing was meant to be like, okay, this because one of the clerics is a cleric of death, and the goddess that she serves is called Rolwilt, a goddess of life, death, and time. So basically, of the entire life cycle of things, in a way. How was it? It was actually really good. Music was Beautiful. Animation, beautiful. There's one thing I noticed from the first episode, and I know not a lot of people notice it. There's a point where Charlie's dancing down the street, and if you look, you can actually see her little dot dancing. You can see her skipping down the street if you look. And it's so small that you wouldn't notice it, but it's like, as an animator myself, I'm just like, yes! Episode 4 has a song number that people found uncomfortable and then made it into a controversy, and I'm just like, really? Like, I get why people are uncomfortable by it, but like it's an accurate representation of how some people react to certain like psychological things of like, yeah, sometimes people sexualize their traumas. It happens a lot more than people are willing to admit, and it makes people uncomfortable, and I think that's why it became a controversy to some people. But overall, like it the first 4 episodes are amazing, and it's supposed to be an 8 episode season. They do talk a bit more about Charlie's parents. There is a voice actor for Lucifer, so I have a feeling that in one of the episodes coming up, we're gonna see Lucifer. Um, I'm not gonna spoil what happens, but I will like in general. But it is so good. The first 4 episodes, the music, like it is a musical. It is like not everything is song and dance, but there's a lot of music and it really feels musical vibe and I love it. Like I think the best explanation I've seen is Charlie feels like a Disney princess in hell. And that is the best way to explain it. Yeah, I definitely suggest watching it. It's definitely not for kids, but it's 16 plus. They do pretty good with a lot of the stuff. Like, it's hell. What do you expect? But like I love like they definitely toned down a few things like Alistair's voice is not as like radio heavy, but it is easier to understand him as well, so I get why they did that. The animation is still clean as hell. It's a lot cleaner actually. Um there's a few small design changes on some characters, but they're so small that unless you're someone like me who's a nerd for that type of stuff, you wouldn't notice. Um I know they didn't have the same voice actors for everyone. I've been following Vizzy for years, and she's pretty controversial, but still want to watch her. Yeah, I found that no matter what, if you're a controversial person because of one thing, people will make it controversial about everything that you do. That's the thing. So it's kind of like, in all honesty, do I really care or want to believe? No. But it's like, it's a show. The creator's separate. I know that like the original voice actors aren't all there due to a multitude of reasons. I don't know every reason, but the voice actors that they have now are definitely really good. Um, for some of the characters, it's hard to tell they even changed voice actors. Um, I will say there's someone that you'd never expect, but I will say the same person who plays Fizzaroli plays another character in Has Been Hotel. So it's and you notice it, and you might not notice it like very off the bat, but you'll notice it when he sings. That yeah, it's the same voice actor. Like as someone who is a musical person, I can notice that stuff so easily. Like that is something I am good at. I can notice people's singing voices pretty well in a lot of cases. But nonetheless, it's like great show, and I'm excited to see episode 5, 6, 7, and 8. Be- they already are greenlit for a season 2, so we're gonna get a season 2 at least. Um, so I'm excited to see what comes of it because it's beautiful. Like I could gawk about the animation so much, and I'm really excited to see what they do with it more because it's great. Like like my follow animation I did myself. like as you saw earlier, the follow animation. But it's like, as someone who does animation and like has been a music nerd for years, it just hits a lot of those right spots for me because I'm a nerd. But despite it being in hell and stuff, and like definitely that point of like, there's a point where cussing isn't funny, but it's like whenever I see someone like make that thing of like always cussing, it's like they point out like a specific scene, and it's like, I feel like you should put that in context. Like there are some times where it's like that is the context, but other times where it's like, I don't think you realize the context. Like, of course they're still cussing, but I don't care. If I did, I wouldn't be here. Like, I'm someone who does not care much about cussing. I don't use it a lot, but I still will use it just for fun or just like on the regular sometimes. I'm someone who'll cuss here and there. Depending on the day, just depends how much I will. But yeah, I will say it is definitely a good show. Definitely not something everyone will enjoy, but definitely something that I enjoyed. Like the music is very, very good. Like you can tell they put a lot of effort and like care into it. Um, I will say one thing we do get to meet at least within the first four episodes, which is kind of obvious because it was kind of revealed um in the frickin' trailer, is we do get to meet some angels in quotes. Like they of course reiterate the whole exorcist thing that goes on with the angels killing demons and stuff, like at the first episode, which makes sense why they would do it because not everyone's seen the pilot and like, ooh, what's this? Like that makes sense. um I think the most noticeable for me was Vaggy's voice actor did change, but even then, at least I think she did. Either that or her voice changed, or she just chose a better voice for her. I don't know. I don't fully know. I'd have to look. But nonetheless, like I really do like how they did the show. And I'm excited to see the other four episodes of the season and excited to see season 2 as well. Um like I will say I never thought I would like certain characters as much as I ended up liking them, because certain characters that did not get a lot of like spotlight in any form through Helga Boss or Hazbin Hotel's pilot got a lot more spotlight, and it they also portrayed Charlie in a better way to kind of show off how she acts and stuff too. Like compared to the pilot, you can definitely see some differences. Like where they did more stuff intentionally to kind of show off stuff. You mentioned you're an animator as well. Do you stream art at all? I do sometimes stream my art. I know recently I've been doing like the art um, challenge that I created up of the dot challenge where everything starts from a single dot. Like that's been something I've been streaming personally. Um, I know like I want to finish it. Like it just depends on the day if I'm gonna do it. I usually would do it today, but I didn't stream on Monday due to having a bunch of stuff, and tomorrow I'm gonna see if I can stream. Because normally I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, but Monday I got swamped with appointments and shit, and Thursday I got an appointment moved to 9 a.m. My normal stream slots of like 8 to like 12 on those days, because and sometimes I go longer on like Wednesdays, Mondays, and Fridays, but like Tuesdays and Thursdays I have class. So it's just like, well, fuck. I mean, I can always just go, oh yeah, I'll just do this, 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 and this. And it's usually just me going, boop, there we go, I'll do that later. Like, I've been trying to learn new stuff, even if it's not like through normal school system stuff too, because something I have found is school system sucks for me. Like, if I'm not careful, like, I overwork myself to an extent where I am so burnt at both ends that it causes me to get sick and go into much worse mental health. So I gotta be careful. Like, I do a bit of animation and stuff. I try to do like a mixture of things. I know one thing I also do in Minecraft is I build a lot. I do a lot of things like that. Like, I am someone who likes to stay more to my creative arts type of stuff because that's what I enjoy. Like, as a streamer, too, I try to keep more to the games I enjoy, but also try new ones, too, give them chance, etc. Like, I'm someone who kind of does that, but I need to turn that off over there. And boop. But, like, I've been doing all sorts of stuff with that in the past. I hate the fact that I can't turn off the rain. I want to be able to turn off, like, the actual, like, rain particles without turning off all my particles, in all honesty. Like, I think that would be so much nicer if they actually added that to normal Minecraft, but let's be honest, Mojang doesn't care about Java anywhere near as much as it cares about, frickin' Bedrock. They love Bedrock so much, and it's so obvious they have favoritism that it's kinda sad. Sand. I will say, very neat, yeah. Like, with Minecraft and stuff, something I will mention is, like, I think everyone's noticed it. They are very favorite, like, the favoritism towards Bedrock is very noticeable, especially if you're in, like, the Redstone community. So, you'll never guess what they did. So, as you know, the copper bulb exists. The copper bulb used to be a 3 tick instead of, like, a 3 in-game tick instead of the normal even in-game tick. Which, for Java, is insane because Bedrock doesn't get those odd ticks, Java does. And because of that, it's very useful because we don't have to do like this really annoying scaffolding observer thing. But then they removed it. Despite it being intentional. And it's kind of obvious why they did, because they turned it to an even one to, quote unquote, fit better with the redstone. We want more that is not the same here on Java, but it's almost definitely because of Bedrock. Almost definitely. And they just don't want to outright say it. But it's like, Bedrock has so many features we've wanted in Java for years. And it's like, oh, well, we have bigger modding community. It's because no one likes some of the stuff on Bedrock because of how accessibility it is. Like with some of the accessibility, it's like just not as good. Much less, they have a whole thing where you can mod stuff easier. They have a full like educational set for it too. It's like, really? You can dye cauldrons. You can put potions in cauldrons. You get armor stands with and without freaking arms if you so choose. Like, they get so much compared to Java, and what do we get? We get more ticks on our redstone. Basically, we have the better redstone. We're usually the first to get the updates, but not like those are exactly big for us. And I think the biggest reason is because of the fact that you have an in-game shop on Bedrock. That's almost definitely the reason, is because they make money off those in-game shop stuff. And they want more money. Like, Because if that's not true, I don't know what is. But it's exactly why Mojang gets all those sleeping memes in their frickin' thing. It's like, a lot of the updates are just like, really? Same for the mob votes. Some of the mob votes are just like, ah, yes. Hell, what pisses me off is, as someone who voted for the sniffer, I voted for it hoping that we would get more plants than just two. Because there were more than just two plants. We know there was, but they removed one. We know there was at least three, but they removed one. And it annoys me because it's like, you said there would be there'd be all sorts of. That doesn't mean two. It's like all sorts of new ancient plants. Where's the all sorts? We got a pitcher plant and a torch flower, and it pisses me off. Like, and even then, some of the stuff is obviously favorited towards what they want. Don't get me started on the mob. Exactly, the mob votes suck. They just exist to divide the community. That's basically all it does. Like, I am so happy they added a crafter and more redstone stuff. I really am. I'm glad they're adding a new dungeon type thing. Like, that's what they need to be doing. Not just favoriting one group of people. Because, like, they have way more accessible 3D skins on Bedrock. They got emotes. They got all sorts of resource and texture packs that you can get just on the market. Skin packs. They got even mods you can get on there. It's just like, really? It just feels very annoying. Because it's like most of their players are on Java. But it's like, Bedrock is already weird enough to play. It has a lot of issues with it. I won't lie. It has a lot of issues. But it doesn't mean they should just ignore their big, like, player base. Would you showcase three basically completed mobs and only add one? No. Like, and we know they were basically completed because they had the whole. And guess what it was on? Bedrock. What a surprise. Where they had every mob in a working fashion, and it's just like, really? Really, Mojang? And they say, oh, we'll add it later. The only one they've ever added later was a camel. But when they first announced it, they promised the camel would come with better stuff for the desert. You want to know what we got with the desert on that update? Oh, we changed the desert temple. They now have a special artifact spot. Really? You don't say. Anyways, like, Caves and Cliffs was a bigger update, and I understand there was not a lot of stuff added for that because it makes sense. We got over double world height, and that is amazing. Like, that is something people have been asking for a long time, is more space. And that makes sense. We got way better environments and caves and stuff. Super casually, just below floor expectation. Yeah, like, it's sad that it's gotten to that point. Like, if I were to trust one developer to always lower my expectations, it would be Mojang. If I were to trust one developer to always make my expectations greater, on the other hand, like, more like just surprise me with some of the stuff they do, it would be Relogic, because holy fucking shit. Like, there's a reason I like Terraria more than Minecraft in a lot of cases. Relogic just does so much better at their job. And I think one of the saddest things was losing Lensford's to, I still don't know the full reason. And it's a shame he passed away because he was a big advocate for builders in the community. And it's kind of like, from what we've heard from inside Relogic, Relogic is very transparent about their stuff. They will be very transparent and like full on talk about stuff. Mojang is not very transparent about that their stuff, and it's like, really? Okay, I need to figure out exacts. Okay, so if I'm gonna do it, I'm probably gonna want to expand this out, but it means I'm gonna need to move these fuckers. Has just become a cash grabby corporate. It's so sad to see someone who's been playing since launch. Yeah, like, as someone who's been playing since launch in my own way, like, yeah, it really is sad because it's like, this game used to have so much more love, and it's sad to say that, knowing that the original creator was a transphobic asshole. It's just like, it's sad to say that things were doing better then. Like, it's a very low bar. Like, it's not hard to pass that bar. Like, yeah, we got some good things, like better swimming. We got fish. We've gotten some good shit from Minecraft when they want to. But it's almost like they just lost their care. Like, like the last update where they started caring was the Nether. And then they got the caves and cliffs. That was a big one. But there are some that just didn't care. Like the update that was like a full on update. Like, we're going to add all sorts of bees. What? Bees. Can we get new flowers? No. What about new flowers? No. Just like, you'd think during the bee update, they would have added a bunch of new flowers. Like, no. They just added bees, hives, and honey. Like, I love bees. I love honey. They're really useful things in Minecraft. But the fuck, Mojang? It just really pisses me off because I'm someone who is like an advocate for like, okay, everyone deserves multiple chances, but you're making it hard. Okay, I need to like move these sheep somewhere and the cows. But it's like, I don't get it. Like, nobody wants to play vanilla anymore? Exactly. It's why a lot of people don't play vanilla anymore. Like, more people would play vanilla if it was fun. Like, they just haven't had the ability to because what's there in vanilla anymore? Not a lot. Like, vanilla has lost its spark to such an extent where it's just sad. Because I remember old vanilla, and it's not a thing of, oh, Minecraft was better in the old days. No, there were good things that were added since then. I won't lie about that and say, oh, it was better in the old days. That would just be a straight up lie. But it's the fact that they just treat it like a cash grab now, and it's sad. Yeah, 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 yeah. Because I know so many people who love Minecraft who would do so much for better stuff in Minecraft. Cries because I love vanilla Minecraft so much, but gets disappointed every time. Exactly. Like, it's so disappointing now that it's just like, really? Again? Like, after a point, you're just like, why? And you just stop caring. Like, they're making so much money off microtransaction from Bedrock. Like, so like fuck Java. Really, like, and the thing is, if they care about money so much, why not make Java cheaper? And for those who have Java accounts, they get like something special for it, and then make it so they can also buy that stuff. Is that such a bad thing to do? Like, if anything, I think that would make them more money in the long run, and it would help us. Like, I don't know if you know anything about Roblox, but basically, same thing happened. It became very soulless and got rid of all the community support. Yeah, like, at least with Roblox, though, it's like that game was always one where people can build whatever the fuck they want and stuff, like, and make it into games others can enjoy. But it is to an extent now where Minecraft is just becoming another soulless game that no one's gonna want to play in the future. And it's sad to see it come to that, but like they're doing it to themselves. I think it's crazy looking at how many like people I used to watch as a kid. Like people like not even just a kid, but like a teen as well, like who've just strayed from Minecraft because of it. Like yeah, not everyone has, but a lot have. Like for one example, I don't know how Jerome does it, but Jerome ASF, his channel still thrives with Minecraft. And I really think it's because just the person he is. Like, in all honesty, I think that is what drives his channel so much forward, even in that difficulty. Because, in all honesty, Jerome seems like a fun person to be around. Like, he seems like one of those guys that you can talk to and just chill with. But not a lot of Minecraft YouTubers have that luxury. Not anymore, at least. Like, and then they've tried so many third-party games like Minecraft Earth, Dungeons, etc. It's just like, just give up already. Especially crazy since Minecraft Resurgence around 2010 updates been so lackluster with Minecraft has been more popular than ever. It's exactly. It's like they're losing so much. Like, you know what Terraria did when it had its resurgence with 1.4? They won Labor of Love. They got a Labor of Love update and all sorts of shit. And it's like they got they got so much more. And it's like I'd love that. Like Terraria did so much better in so many options, and I hate when people call it 2D Minecraft because it's like it isn't. It never has been. And even then, now more than ever, it shows that they're way better than Minecraft because they care about their community. Like they did something the community had been asking for years that Minecraft's community has been asking for but never got, and that's cross-platform. Accessibility for cross-platform is insane. And it's like the fact that they spent that much time and effort just for like some people who may never fully use it says something. Like it's not fully done, but it's working. And when the next update comes out, we're getting it. As well as more stuff where they said possibly the possibly final update. Like they've even made it a joke now where it's like, "Oh yeah, this is our final update" because they don't even fully know. Minecraft Legends died in like one day. Yeah, it died so quickly like because they just like it was fun, but it just did not have everything it should have. Like from what I heard. Like and it's sad because if they were to focus all this time and effort on something like actual Minecraft, we'd have a way better game. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We just would. Would. Terraria is one of the few games that genuinely cares about its players. Exactly. That's one thing I've always loved about Relogic in Terraria. Unlike other games and game companies, they care, which is a lot more than others can say. And it's sad that that is a thing that can be said because more companies should care about it because those are the people that are making them money, but also the people that play their game. Like Terraria added mod support and like texture pack stuff because in the words of Red himself, eventually one day we're going to stop updating. And it may be today, it may be tomorrow. It doesn't matter when it happens. What matters is that the modding community has its ability to mod because without them the game will just die because they're the ones that keep a game going is the community of modders. And it's true. The modding community is what keeps so many games alive despite everything. It's just like it's sad to see so many creators not care about it despite the fact it's literally what keeps their games alive. Like it's kind of insane to me, but it's like modders are the lifeblood of games. Wish more games realize that. Yeah, like, and that's one thing I will always love about the Terraria developers. They care about their community, they understand that they won't update forever, and they understand the importance of modding. Hell, Red started out coding with Mario World hacks, if I remember correctly, specifically ROM hacks. Like, if you look at it now, it's like he, he's changed so much. Terraria is a game that has changed so much. And you can see the creators like care and dedication to their community reflected in the game so much. Like you don't need to be a psychologist or anything to see it. You can tell they care about their community. And not just care, they care. And like with how much Terraria goes on sale on Steam, it says that they really don't care if they keep making money from it. Like they know they do. Like yeah, they're making money from it. They're fine with that, but they also understand, yeah, people like the game, so we will keep doing stuff. Like they never thought they you're very cool. I'm glad you're so real about this stuff. I mean, I try to remain pretty real about it on my opinions on stuff while not being while understanding that yeah, everyone has their own opinions. That's important to remember, but it's like I'm someone who cares a lot about like people treating others respectfully, etc. Like I'm someone who wants to if I were to become a more popular streamer, I don't care if I do or not. Alls I know is I just care about creating a community that like can grow but also be just overall better people where like you can chill, you know that like you'll have friends in the community and stuff. And it's kind of like it's stuff that I want to do with my streaming stuff because yeah, it's what I enjoy. I enjoy the entertainment aspects of it. I was never a very entertainment driven focused person at first in my life. Yeah, I did theater and stuff, but I always felt like I wouldn't make it big because of many reasons, like my parents, etc. But I don't expect to make it big, and I think the thing I've kind of found is sometimes you just gotta do it and just see where it comes from. And it's like, it's been so long since I did this, and then I started it up last year, end of last year, and I've gotten to a point where I'm almost to affiliate, and the only thing I really need now is just the average amount of viewers, and it's like, I never expected to get that far. Actually a really great mindset. I mean, it's kind of like over time I've learned a lot about like the mindsets to keep and stuff. Like I know I'm not always going to be healthy. I'm not always going to be here, but like and I have a very odd stream time, but it's a stream time that kind of like it capitalizes on an area where there's not a lot of streamers I've noticed. And it's not even an intentional thing. It just happens to be when I am free the most, but I look at it now from that perspective of just like I can't do anything to change people's minds. I will always be the same person no matter what happens. And as long as I keep growing and changing and stick to my roots and myself, I'll be happy and I will enjoy what I'm doing. Because what I enjoy is streaming. I enjoy entertaining. And you gotta guess you up and get you that affiliate. Honestly, I don't care if I get affiliate. If I do, it just means I can make more money and can do this more. It just means I can do more and more. But I'd love to be affiliate and like spread more. Like, for example, like I can type it out in chat too. Like, I even set up a thing that I'm so proud of myself for even figuring out how to do so like a while back, and it's I figured out how to use Stream Elements to do exclamation mark like Discord, and I want to do it for YouTube as well because I upload the VODs of this stuff usually. Like ever since whenever I start a new series, Dicey Dungeons is the only one I don't upload to YouTube because it's not a new series. It's been going on for long enough that I'm just like, okay. But like, ooh, nice. I'll definitely join. Well, I'll be able to see you in there. Like, I leave updates of like, hey, I'm if I'm like not streaming or not, but also like when I'm streaming and go live. It's a good way to keep in the know about updates, etc. too. Like, I know with YouTube though, like I just upload the VODs there because the VODs don't last long when you're not affiliate either. Like they last a week and then they're gone. And even then, let's say it's been a long time and there's not the original VODs of like Minecraft. You can go to YouTube and find them, where you'll see me talk about all sorts of random bullshit and stuff like that from like I still remember when I got my first raid the other day and it scared the hell out of me. But they also joined in at a time where we were talking about the history of Hawaii and what the Navy did and basically threatened the Queen that if she didn't listen, they'd basically kill and pillage the area to take over for commerce. Yeah, that's a pretty fucked up part of history in America. Using other platforms, good idea because Twitch discoverability is so shit. Yeah, it really can be shit at times. Like, for me, alls I know is I enjoy doing this, and it doesn't matter where I end up in the future. The fact that I even got the chance to do this is what makes me happy. Like, no matter what, I'm probably going to stream for a long time in general, like, in terms of my life, because it's a side thing I do that I enjoy. And I know, like, right now, a lot of people wouldn't know, but I stream from a laptop. Like, and a lot of people don't realize that, like, I'm using a laptop a lot of the times unless I say it. And it's like, I have the stuff to build a PC. I just haven't had the time to fully build it yet. And like one thing I noticed about the motherboard is I can't plug in USBs in the front port. I can in the back port, just not the front port, because my motherboard didn't have the right thing for that one, but it had the right thing for everything else. And it's like it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. But like I look now and I'm just like, damn, where's the time gone? Because I still remember like so much. Like I remember hitting the 50 mark and being like in awe that I even reached that point before the end of last year. And I know it's slowed down a lot since then, but I've also noticed that I get a lot more viewers per stream too during the stream. Like I know Dicey Dungeons, for example, is my worst performing thing that I play, but it's also the one that I enjoy quite a bit anyway because I get to do voices and just be a dork. Plus, I like RPGs in its own regard, but it's like I still enjoy doing it. I know I'm still learning. Just join the Discord. Okay, cool. Welcome to the Discord. Like, I've like, it started out as a joke, but I kind of stuck with it. Where, like, when naming everything, I just decided to go with the labyrinth as a thing, and I don't know what I'm gonna call, like, different things. Like, followers and viewers are viewers of the labyrinth games, or even runners if they so choose. But if I ever end up getting subscribers, I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do with it. Like, I think I might just literally call it something like Creatures of the Labyrinth, just because I might as well go full on in with it, since it started out as a joke and it honestly is kind of a little interesting thing. Like, the Creatures of the Labyrinth sounds really badass in its own regard. What is my. I haven't heard Dewey barking a lot. That's concerning. It means it scared him. I think it should be fine, but if I hear him bark again, because he only barked twice, and that usually just means it scared him, but if he starts barking, like, in general, it just means he is actually worried. It's weird because my dog Dewey does not bark unless he is scared or worried about something. And you can tell when he barks because he has that deep roof roof type bark, like, but it's also a bit crackly in its own way, and it's cute, but he's a very quiet dog. Like, he's a very big dog too. Big boy. But like, when he wants to go like outside or needs to go to the bathroom, he doesn't just like bark or anything. He goes up to you and goes and just grunts at you. Just and you're like, "Okay, okay, I'm coming." And it's funny. What kind of dog is he? He's an Aussie Shepherd, at least, but he's from what we can gather, we don't know who the father is because so there's this place that we got him. It's this place that basically takes stray dogs that normally aren't taken in by like humane society and stuff. Like, you know, people that normally take in dogs. So like blind dogs, deaf dogs, pregnant dogs, etc. He's the puppy of a stray that was pregnant. They don't know who the dad is, but it's very possible it was a Labrador slash Great Dane. So he's a big boy. Like, he's a black dog, like a very black dog, but like near like his paws, you can see the Aussie Shepherd pattern stuff like flow in where it's more brown. But he is such a dork. Like, I love him. Great dog. Um he has this very dumb smile he'll do sometimes where it's just like, "Hi." And it's so cute. But like, in general, he's one of those dogs that if he's like, "Why aren't you petting me? I should be pet." Like, he is a very like, "Okay, pet me now" type dog. But he also can be very protective at times. Oh, I have an Aussie too. Yeah, he's one of three dogs I have in this house. There's my other dog, Athena, who's a German Shepherd who's getting older. And then there's Baker, who was my Grammy's dog before she passed, who's a miniature golden doodle. And I think the best way to describe him is it's just Baker. Like, he can be the biggest asshole at times. Like, he is since he's a miniature golden doodle, he's a lap dog basically. And he knows it. But he will go out of his way to like get the others in trouble if possible so he can have us all to himself at times, even though it doesn't work most of the time for him. Like, he can be a little shit so often, it's just like, really? I don't get it. He's weird. Athena is, as a German Shepherd, is a ball of energy, and holy crap, I don't know how she gets all that energy. Like, her energy is, I think the best way to describe it is untamed. Before we had Dewey in the house and stuff, and before Baker um, came to live with us after my Grammy passed, um, my dog Athena would get attention and like play with us in different ways. One of which she liked to do was try and climb trees, which she could do successfully at times. And as you can imagine, it was terrifying. Like, I still don't understand why she did it. She stopped after we got the other two because she had someone to play with, but even then, it's like, what the fuck? Like, and I know it's not impossible, but it's like, it still leaves me gobsmacked to this day on why and how. Because like she would basically like wrap her paws around the tree almost in a very weird way. Like she'd use like the divots to her advantage with her claws, but she's an escape artist. That's the best way to put it. She is a little escape artist. Like when she wants to, she can escape. It's just up to her if she wants to escape or not. Thankfully, most of the time she chooses not to. She'd rather play with her friend, her brother. Like we had to stop her from mothering Dewey because she'd like lick his eyes and stuff to get rid of eye boogers and like get herself sick. And it's like, Athena, stop! You're getting yourself sick. You're not his mother. Just calm down. Cause like her instant reaction with Dewey was, okay, I must mother him while also play because German Shepherd. But gross but sweet. Yeah, gross but sweet. Um, but I look at it now and I'm just thinking to myself, Athena, why? Like that's how I feel when I look at her doing some of the stuff she does. I'm just like, why? Why now? What did I do to deserve this? I know one thing we had to deal with as of recently, like a few months back, was Baker got fleas and spread it to the other two. Thankfully, we had a cold front hit, so it killed any that were outside, and we took out the rest inside from the looks of it, though we're still on high alert even a few months after, just to make sure. Like, they don't itch anywhere near as much as they used to. They actually haven't itched in a long time, thankfully. But it's nice to see them happy again, and it's more of just us staying vigilant for any more that might somehow be left over. Yeah, they really are a nightmare. We were lucky enough to find it at such an early stage because Baker, we found out about it due to stuff that happened. And I'm happy that we learned about it so soon because otherwise it could have become a bigger of an issue, but it didn't because we were smart about it. And we found it at an early stage, so that helped a lot. Yeah, we were lucky it didn't infest the house. Like, that's one thing I am very grateful for. Like, we were able to catch it early enough to notice it. It still was a nightmare to deal with, though, but thankfully we found it early enough. Also, that pig is going to be stuck down there for the rest of its life. Poor pig. Anyways, but yeah, like, I am so happy we caught that early because that could have been worse. Like, my mom had to deal with them once when she was younger, and from what she explained, it sucked a lot. I know I'm someone who I can look at bugs and be fine a lot of the time, but there's some that just I can't. Like, ugh. Fleas are one of them. Spiders are another. I just hate arachnids. They just, they. I can't look at them without feeling like that crawling feeling, and it just, ugh. It's why I have arachnophobia in my own regard. Like, I can stare at it like straight face, but internally I'm just screaming. And it's like, they make me so uncomfortable. Like, I could never. In terms of creatures I could keep, I'd totally keep, like, ants, because I actually love ants. They're so interesting. Like, something not a lot of people know is ants have two stomachs. One of them is a social stomach, which they used to feed more in their colony. Give him a bath, he was not having it. Thankfully, like, my dog Dewey does not like being brushed. He's scared of all brushes except for one, and it's the one we use in the bath. So whenever we need to brush him, we give him a bath as well, which actually works out better because him and Athena love baths, but they want to take them together a lot. Baker, we have to take to a place to give a bath and, like, groom him because he has curly hair, and as someone who has curly hair IRL, it sucks. It sucks to take care of curly hair. It really does. Shit, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I'm preparing this spot. Welcome back, Shits Pie. But yeah, like, it's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, after a point you're just like, really? Okay, so with this, we got a quite nice sized area. If I want, like, one thing I do want to do is flatten this whole area eventually, but it's going to take a long ass time, and I'll need to remove those trees. But I might as well at least start the process. But, like, I'm someone who cares a lot about their dogs and stuff. Flat ground. Yes, flat ground. Like, one thing I've been working on in my personal life, um, I know I used to, like, I streamed some of it. Um, Let me see. I don't think I have a picture on me. If I did, I would use it, but I don't. I know I don't. Unless, do I? Give me a sec. I'm gonna check. Me too. My animals are babies. Yes, protect the babies. Yeah, no. I could technically copy it from Telegram, but Telegram's closed. Eh. If I ever bring it up, I can show you, but, like, I might even put it in, like, the Discord or something. Um, and basically, the whole point of it is really interesting because I've set it up in such a way. My Aussie I mentioned is only 3 months old, and she's a bit of a handful. Oh yeah, Aussies are their own chaos. Thankful, like, something I've learned from training my own dogs from puppies is a lot of them can be nightmares. But when you start to understand how they, like, function and stuff, it helps a lot. Like, I've raised my fair share of puppies, and yeah, it's not easy all the time, but I figured it out. Like, I'm someone who, if I had a, like, if I was living by myself, which, honestly, in this economy, fuck no. Like, I probably wouldn't have a dog, mainly because the economy, and also just, I have trouble remembering to feed myself in general, which is its own thing. Like, yeah, I remember to feed the dogs and stuff, but I have trouble feeding myself, and I don't trust myself enough alone. Still trying to teach her to play gentle. Biggest issue is biting. Yeah, something I did with Athena when she was younger is so when she would bite harder, like what I would do is I would make my hand go up and down really quickly in her mouth, like no. Like I'd do that to kind of be like no, and also like I'd make a noise like ow ow type thing, like pain, and basically say no. Like I would basically like I kind of trained her to not. Thankfully she got better, but you can tell when she's riled up because she'll be like and then like sometimes you'll hear her jaw snap shut because she's like but even then it's like it took a long time to teach some of that stuff. Like Athena was a nightmare to train in her own ways. Dewey was not as bad. Like he listened more probably because we have multiple dogs and he had two dogs to look up to. But as soon as like he met Athena, like he just bonded with her so quickly. And it's kind of funny because it's just like I like you. I'm going to be around you. And it's adorable. Like they're so adorable together. One of these days like if I ever do like bring some of the photos onto my computer, like I would probably like if I ever do bring the photos onto my computer, I'd definitely like probably show them off. I don't know for sure, but like I can definitely like draw them and shit. It's been a while. I will say one thing I've been working on in the background is so there's this so something I created like cuz the camp like mentioning this cuz I thought of it just now because I was mentioning photos and stuff. Something I created in my personal world of my campaign is like because this has been I've been working on for years and like with the campaign now it's practically done. Like there's not much I can add. Like the world's already like fully embraced and stuff, but there's one place I love. It's and I felt so dumb, like dumbfounded because it was like this really cold area that has this giant crater that I just never thought of a name for, so I just called it the Great Crater and just kind of let it stick for so long. And I'm like, oh, there's gonna be all sorts of like crystals and shit in here, and I'll make some like alien creatures. Like, we'll have metal parts sticking out. And then Scarlet and Violet came out. And I'm just like, God fucking damn it. Because now if I ever mention it, it looks like it's a reference to it. And I'm just like, definitely send Discord when you can. I've been most success in yelping real out. That's fair. Like, it's different for every dog in its own way. So, yeah. But, like, I know for the campaign thing, it's like, I think about it sometimes and I'm just like, I can't mention it without some people thinking Scarlet and Violet's great crater, the great crater of Paldea, and I'm just thinking, you know what? Fuck it, I will lean into it. And so I literally gave the fog effect above it because I'm just like, might as well. And then I thought about it and it's like, God damn it. I could have done this beforehand anyway because it's a, mind you, it's this very cold South Pole type area. But the crater is hot inside, like humid. So it's going to create fog, like naturally. So I'm just like, God dang it. But it's like, so I decided to take one thing from it, and I'm like, okay, what am I going to take from it? So I decided to take, like, the music of Area Zero for it and stuff, because the thing about my crater is it's very lush and like full of life and creatures. Like, um, if I let me pull up this image in just a sec. Ref sheets, save pictures, D&D. And then see, there we go. Like I painted this and I'm like, this looks familiar. But like this is kind of how the crater is supposed to look. Is very like all sorts and weird, but also pretty. Like when I paint stuff, I try to paint it differently, but like I try to keep it to that very effect because it's like one thing I decided to add for the like if they actually decide to do a side quest there is I actually took some reference from Scarlet and Violet and made a book based on the area because normally I was just going to have it like, oh, there's no book or anything. It's just an area they can explore if they want to and there's stuff inside. But I decided to make a special book that they can find like in some places that kind of talks about it. So that's kind of what I took from Scarlet and Violet is that. That's the main thing I took. As well as one of the things that I've always been waiting for. And it's like, ooh, I could actually use this instead. Like, so I decided to use the thing that was mentioned for Tarapagus about like being like in space looking thing, and I'm like, I could make it look like space in this bottom area because there's this bottom area that is like very crystal metal type thing where like you can tell that something crashed here and caved in part of the area. Like there's like part of like gravels and sands that are like turned to glass almost and stuff where it's like this crystallized glass area. And I decided, you know what? I'm gonna make it so the crystals basically take out the light of like the normal stone, like the crystals in glass, making it like pitch black so you only see like the twinkles of some of the smaller crystals as well as some of the bigger crystals in glass. So it looks like planets and stars, like underground planets and stars. So I like decided to take that from like the image and it's like really cool because I'm like I might as well do something about it. And honestly, yeah, I'm annoyed that Scarlet and Violet did that. I'm like, God damn it, people are always going to look at that now. But it's like, it's still cool. Plus, the Area Zero music is perfect for it. Like the very ominous yet beautiful aesthetic of its music. Like, because the area, like, the plants aren't all normal. Some of them are, like, literally made of, like, metal and crystal. Almost like they're swaying in an unexisting wind, almost as if they are alive, despite looking like crystal and metal. And there were going to be like alien creatures and stuff there. And I decided, you know what? I'm going to lean into the Paradox Pokemon. I'm going to make some of them metal. I know. Wow, what a surprise. I'm going to make some of them robots like Violet. But it's just a small little thing that I'm like, okay, might as well. And it's just a small thing, and it's not like it's gonna change. It doesn't change like the inside of the crater. It just adds a small thing that I can like reference if I oh so choose. Like I could go on for hours about some of the stuff from my world. Like one of the characters, their parents are dead, killed, etc., by some assassins. Thought it was one person, turns out wasn't, etc. But they had a mother figure, and I kind of talked with them about it if they wanted to use my character for it. um, Roosevelt O'Neill, or Rose for short, who is a Azamar, and oh boy, that's a creeper. But basically, like she's the leader of the guild of Molten Peak in Hybenforth, of the continent of Chartinica, or Chartonica, if you like to say it like that. Specifically, one player says that it's Chartinica because that's how it's supposed to be pronounced, due to how the words are actually said. Um, but she's an Azamar monk who basically used to be a mercenary adventurer and found the drow alone with her mouse, who turned out to be a changeling. Because one of the people had the idea of, can I be a changeling that can turn into animals while not being a druid? And I'm like, sure, you still have your same stuff. You don't gain any new abilities, but you can. So it's created some interesting things. And it's a small thing that isn't used for stuff, but it's funny because it's also created some crazy ideas. But it led to them getting adopted by her and being raised in a more noble position because of that. And the only reason the changeling didn't know it was a changeling is because it has amnesia and is actually like thousands of years old, but was sequestered and stuff like. And there was this thing that happened to the universe called the Great Blinding. It's called different things depending where you live in the world, but also universe. And it all started on Pensari. Um, but the further out you go, the less affected areas are. But it basically takes the memories of everything before and just whoosh, like there was nothing, or like it's almost like history was wiped from people to an extent where like though even gods and goddesses were affected to an extent where it's just fuzz, so they don't fully know everything, and it leads to a lot of mystery that's really cool. And the players have loved it so far. Like, they found a lost book, which is one of the few things that still exist from the Great Blinding, like before times, because the Great Blinding was caused by a spell going wrong, that was meant to stop a specific character, known only as the Reality Breaker to anyone who speaks its name, um, which is from this species that were created in the void of the universe before creation. That basically, the species created the universe through basic elements like atoms and stuff. Like, because I've mixed it with science. Like, it's medieval with a bit of sci fi in it because I wanted that. And so basically, as they're called, the Almuhu, um, created the world and created the divine flame, which divine sparks come off of, creating the gods and goddesses of different origins and ages. But you look at it in the past, and it's like through their creation, they had multiple things that led to a war between themselves over if they should still keep affecting the universe or if they should leave it be, which led to the reality breaker, who would basically break reality so that, like, literally break reality for fun because they felt like they should all be able to affect the universe still and give them more challenges through literally like some really fucked up shit too, like, oh yeah, now you're spaghetti type thing, like really fucked up shit. But um through this war it led to gods and goddesses on both sides as well, where basically the hierarchy is Almuhu, then you got the first primordials, which birthed the primordial realms under the Almuhu, and these primordials are said to only reawaken when the universe is near its end and are said to swallow up the rest of the universe, that will then last longer than it did last time each time it gets swallowed, and resetting the timeline in its own way, but creating a new timeline. Almost like the Big Bang in a way. But because of a lot of this reality breaker was always on his toes about stuff, and eventually did lose to some of the remaining Almuhu that were left. And he was shattered into multiple shards and just basically decimated by the other Almuhu that were against him. And it led to this moment where his shards did affect the world to an extent where it created time and space magic for like normal people, which allows stuff like time stop and reality break to work. Basically, it all comes from his death that it was allowed to work, and there are still cults that want to resurrect him, but unintentionally, because the shards, some of them which affect the user, not all do, but one of the shards landed on Pensari and was created into what was called the Sword of the Cosmos by the original people that lived there, because they saw it as a gift from the cosmos, um, and they turned it into a sword. Eventually, two princes got pissed at each other over their ideals, and one of them murdered the other with the sword. But in the process, the other brother used magic as a last resort to curse their brother and the sword. The sword, through this magical power, split into two. It split into the Eclipse, or now known as the Red Eclipse, and the Wrath of the Angels, which may sound weird until you realize that it was then thrown and shattered. And the original name, lost to time, but I know, is the last names were Angel. But, well, not specifically Angel, but it was said in a different language that doesn't exist anymore. It's weird. But that eventually got shattered, and if it gets reformed, it has a whole different name now because it's going to be reformed. But the Eclipse went on to be passed through multiple generations of bloodshed and death, and became known as the Red Eclipse, as the blood of innocents and people stained its blade red. And it caused and it was basically said that if this was to be basically if it was raised in your village, the moon would cover the sun as the blood of everyone was spilt, and very few ever survived its blade by escaping. But it's a horror that now lives off in legend, as it only appeared once after the Great Blinding to a person in a cloak who no one knows the name of, except for me. And no one knows what happened to the Red Eclipse since then, but some say that if existed, it's still wielded by that owner or a new owner who either is trying to keep its power in tow or similar, though some believe that it corrupts the user that wields it, which I will not say if it does or not, because that leaves to the mystery. But it's like, I have all this stuff written down for just this, and right now the person who has the Crimson Eclipse is the BBEG. But the players don't know that. They don't even know what the Crimson Eclipse is. The only one who even has an idea is one of the Cleric of Death, who heard about the legend when she was younger. But you're quite the storyteller. Is so neat. I'm someone who loves stories, but like the cool thing about it is they don't know that they've met the BBEG. That's the cool part. The BBEG is someone named Isel Umbra. They are a very interesting character. They acted nice and like they act nice and stuff. Like and they start off with like something like, "Oh, can you help me with this like as an old man or something?" Cuz they look like an old dragonborn because of magic and stuff. But also, they're a warforge that purposely has disguised themselves with a physical disguise to make themselves look like a dragonborn because they were once a god. Isel used to be a god who lost their spark of divinity due to many reasons and was cursed because of it, because of things he did unintentionally. He was banished from his home and found by some people who then helped him on a better path, as so they thought, but they didn't know his evils until it was too late. And the Great Blinding was caused by a spell failing that he created that was basically going to stop the rifts, but now, after many years, his thought is the only way to truly stop the rifts, because he thought it worked, is to summon this reality breaker and kill them himself and get his godhood back first so he can. And he goes about manipulating people in a very fun way for me because I get to basically pretend to manipulate my party and just he looks like this very old wise sage wizard because he he is someone that if D&D allowed it, I would give them level 18 in two classes, and that is Wizard and Blood Hunter. And you may be asking, why Blood Hunter? So, one of the abilities he has is from a curse of blood and soul and mud. This curse basically turns him into what can only be described as a monster. Like, his body elongates, wings sprout from his back. He becomes like a Quetzalcoatl esque type creature dripping with like mud and stuff, with like large fangs and deep divots in their body. And you can tell that he is dangerous just from one look into his dark eyes. And I made it specifically in a way where he has this crystal on his forehead that helps him keep it in control. But if they ever do fight him, he has three phases. Phase 1 is Wizard, Phase 2 is Blood Hunter, and Phase 3 is the Cursed. And what they don't know yet is he sees the party as useful in quote unquote stopping it, but he also sees use from a specific party member who may or may not have the ability to use one of the spells and rituals that he wants to try to get his divine spark back. And the party so far has been. They haven't fully helped him yet, but they're on the way to helping him. And the first person he sent them after was specifically a person that wasn't listening to his orders. And it was a person who was more of an issue to him because basically how she acts, let's just say she's crazy. So what she does is she's been creating undead trying to revive her dead daughter, who has been dead for years, killed by one of the character's mothers. Specifically, the character whose parents are dead. And it wasn't specifically killed by them, but that's how she sees it, is killed by them, when in reality, the character's mother couldn't save her, no matter what she did, because it was either that or let a adult Dracolich basically take on a town, because her character comes from a long line of ghost slayers, which would take out undead threats such as Dracoliches, etc., that threatened towns and villages and cities. And basically, because of that, their family did slowly pass on, and Mara's the last of her kind, specifically because none are left. Most of the bloodline is either too far stretched or gone. And it's cool because she has a mansion that was she inherited that has like these undead servants that actually like will serve her and stuff, and it's really cool. Like you got banshee maids and stuff. You got a butler that's a zombie. Like think Addams Family esque type weird. It's so fun, but it's interesting seeing people's reactions to her backstory and also the family stuff because they have this specific thing they do where they gain a special weapon whenever they take up the mantle of heroine for the family. And in the history of it, I've already talked to her about it. There's only been one male heroine who was picked as a last resort, and it led to a whole bunch of things, but he's the only male heroine, and what led to them being like the only reason they're picked after is lots of magic stuff that she chose for her character. But it led to a lot of interesting things because I decided to roll with it because she wanted at least one male heroine as like a thing. So I turned it into this full thing with like lots of cool story, but not much. It just depends when they get to it because I still need to go by her about what her thoughts on it is. But I love being able to tell their stories like through the medium of D&D because some of them are just so good. Like the one we've gotten the furthest with is Char because the party keeps unintentionally or intentionally, I don't know their intentions, going towards Char and her stuff every time instead of normal stuff. It's like, well, I want to get to their thing too, like because I know I want to do more with like the other characters too, other than just Char. And even Char's character is like, I feel like I'm taking up the spotlight too much, and I'm just like, don't worry, we'll figure a way out. And it's like, it's funny that we've gotten to that point, but it's also like, god damn it. I know that like D&D is fun, and I am so glad that I have people that I can play it with like them because the main four that I started out with are really fun people. Like, just in general, like, they're very good with their roleplay, and you can tell that they are, like, really good in their own ways. And yeah, there's flaws and everything, but I will say, I am so happy that they are enjoying it in their own ways. Like, I love talking about the good stuff that happens too, because they've done some really weird shit too. Like, oh yeah, we just killed a baby. What? Like, imagine saying that out loud with no context. It sounds really weird, doesn't it, for everyone here? It was a baby elemental that was attacking them, that threatened a town. basically. But out of context, it sounds so much worse. And it's like, Jesus Christ. But thankfully, they seem to enjoy it enough, and I'm glad they enjoyed enough. I'm someone who loves storytelling and media and fiction, and I could talk about so many stories that I've read that I love. And with D&D, being able to make the story yourself with others without fully knowing the end product is actually really fun. It's more fun than it should be, but it is. Okay, there's more. Me slowly getting up this tree to get that log. And boop. Any more? No. Oh, there's some. But like, I love doing this stuff. You said I've been running the campaign for about a year. Actually, we've been running it for over a year. Like, it's been going a long ass time. Like, we started, God, 2022 type area, end of 2022. So it's been over a year. And it's definitely one of those where I've enjoyed a lot of it. We've had our moments, but wow. Like, I still remember some of the people when we first started. Like, the player for Char was not really big on role playing at first, like, very to herself, not talking much. But now she has these full emotional moments, and it's so cool seeing because it just is awesome. I love seeing them get out of their shells and do the stuff they didn't do originally that like is more into character. And they still have a problem with metagaming because most of them are new and this is their first time with D&D and they're getting better at it. But like I've kind of talked to them a bit about it and it's something we're working on, but it's really nice seeing that they are trying and they are enjoying, and it makes me happy knowing that they enjoy it. Like, they enjoy my story and stuff, they enjoy the stuff going on in the world, and the fact that I actually make the world change around them. Like, I have a full set of months and days that happen per year in game. I have end of year traditions that different cultures would do, etc. I have funeral rites that different cultures would do. I have all sorts of things like that just because it makes the world feel more alive and like it can exist without the players. And it makes it feel amazing. Do you ever play online? We mainly play in person. That's the crazy part. We mainly play in person. And whenever we do have a session, we usually do it like every other week. But I know one of them had a change in their job schedule, so things might happen. And depending on stuff with the problem player, they may not show up anymore, depending on stuff, mainly due to scheduling. And I'm just like, okay. Like, okay. No skin off my teeth. Like, yeah, you're a nice guy at times, but good luck. Like, I try to be nice. Like, I want to be nice and like treat everyone the same, but there are times where I am at my limit. And I'm just like, I swear to God, I will slap you. Like that is my limit at times. Very few people can get me to reach my limit. And you have to do something really crazy to get to me to my limit. That is all I will mention. Cause like, damn. But yeah, I'm getting rid of all these trees and I'll replant them later, but My plan is to flatten this full area out, including here. So we'll see what happens. Because I do love this game. I love D&D. I love all sorts of games and things, and I want to do so much. And it's like, it's hard to do it all. But I think being able to do D&D with my group in general, it's almost that nice, like, release of just, I get to chill. And it's like, yeah, it's stressful as a DM at times. Other games I'm into. So the games I play a lot, um, Minecraft, Terraria, what a surprise. But one I've been into for a while that I've been finally playing, I finally started playing 2018, and I want to play Ragnarok, is God of War. That's one I want to play, Ragnarok, because it's a personal game for me. Like, it's something I've played for a long time personally. Like, I've played the original ones, and honestly, I like seeing Kratos in a lot more of a human position now, of like realizing his mistakes over the horrid shit he used to do. Um, Another one that I did play in my personal time was Ori and the Blind Forest. Really good game. When I get my PC built, I might play it on stream as well as the game after Will o' the Wisps because I've heard that's good and I was gifted it, so like I want to play that stuff on stream eventually. Keyword is eventually, but yeah, like I've spent time with those types of games, and I know not everyone likes those games, but I do. And I'd like to try some more of the Ori games. I'm trying to think of other games I enjoy a lot too. I do play Risk sometimes with friends. Plus, it's funny to go risky move and just be absolute just weirdos. Another one that I do like playing sometimes is Stardew Valley. I know I have a modded Stardew series that I've been kind of doing recently, where we're doing Stardew Expanded. Um, when the next update to Stardew Valley comes out, we're gonna play that as well. What else? What else? There's a few other things I do want to play as well on the list, though. Like, I know I'm fine with people suggesting games and stuff, and I'll get to them here and there. But I know one thing I want to do is just try more games too, because those are the main games that I have played and loved, and like still play in my personal time. Another game I do like to play is like the Mario games, just Pokemon games as well. Those are games that I've loved for a long time. I'm like Pokemon, I grew up with that and Zelda. So like special place in my heart. Um I play the new Pokemon games when they come out. I wish I could stream them, but I have a Switch Lite because it was gifted to me. Yeah, I just started playing Pokemon Heart Gold for my own stream. Personal favorite, so fun. Yeah, I know I want to figure out how to connect my 3DS because do you want to hear the dumbest thing? So, my 3DS wasn't fully up to date. It's the original 3DS. Gen 4 sprites, I'd say my favorite is Gen 5 because I like how the sprites felt more alive, personally. Plus, that's just me. Plus, they also did fix the HP thing of waiting forever. Oh yeah, very fair. Yeah, because like also one thing I will say, I am so happy Scarlet and Violet fixed so many of those bad 3D designs. Like Typhlosion now actually like when you it doesn't have its fire out all the time, but when you put it into battle, it will like its fire will light up and shit, and it will go and like some of them will like get in more crouched positions, like you can see the scales and fur, and I'm like, holy crap, this is what we've been asking for. But it's like, it looks so much better than it used to. Like, also, you may not have known this, in the Teal Mask and Indigo Disc DLC, I was able to catch a Squirtle in Indigo Disc, and you will never guess what happened. Blastoise uses its cannons. It now uses its cannons. It doesn't just come from the forehead. It uses its cannons. Like, I'm so happy. Like, my favorite is not Blastoise. My favorite is Bulbasaur. I've always loved Bulbasaur. But they finally fixed that gripe of everyone. And I am so happy. Because it was so dumb that it didn't use its cannons. But now it does, and I will say, terastallizing, pretty good gimmick in my opinion. Because, like, it's balanced for every Pokemon, but if we're to bring any gimmick back, I want the seasons back that Black and White had. Because, let's be honest, being able to go back to places in different seasons and find new stuff because you can access new areas was pretty sick. Like, that was always something so fun for me, was going back to areas and exploring. But, like, I'm so happy that they freaking did some of the stuff they did in Scarlet and Violet. Like, yeah, the lag is an issue, and they need to fix it. They need to figure out level scaling like Jesus Christ. But the Indigo Disc was actually difficult for some people. For me, it wasn't that difficult as someone who used to do VGC and Gen 5 and stuff. Like, I had to learn a bit more about VGC now, but it was still difficult enough to provide a challenge in some cases. Scarlet and Violet did do good in sections like story, especially. Oh my god, the story. Really good. I don't know if you've played Scarlet and Violet or not, but the story is really good. And honestly, if they would just spend more time to fix the bugs and lag, if Game Freak and Pokemon Company gave them the time instead of the normal 3 years, I think we would have a lot better of a Pokemon game. In all honesty. With great story, great looks, great stuff, if they just gave it the time of day. I think we really would. And it's like, I love it. I am so glad that they fixed some of that stuff. They've needed to. They really have. And seeing them actually fix some of it shows that they listen. Like, Gita's team was so bad, but in the Indigo Disc, Ivory Fodder, they fixed it. She sends out her Glimmora first. She switches her Go-Goat for a Chestnut, and she switches her Veluza for a Dracopult. So her team goes Glimmora, Dracopult, Chestnut, Avalugg, Sparthra, with Opportunist, mind you. And then she sends out Kingambit, which she terras into a flying type, so it resists its quad weakness. And then she can use Terra Blast with it and just decimate you. She actually became a threat. And because of her Kingambit's ability, Supreme Overlord, it gets stronger for every Pokemon that's fainted. So despite its slow speed, it's actually deadly. And her Chestnut runs Bulk Up, Spiky Shield, and shit. So, like, it actually, like, will protect and deal some damage, too. Her team actually feels a lot better now because of that. And, like, it's even mentioned I don't know if you've played the epilogue or not, but it's so fucking hilarious and terrifying at the same time. And I will say, I am so glad that they brought back mythical events like this, because the last time we even had anything like this was Black and White with the Victini event, and technically you could count Meloetta's freaking song thing in Castelia. But also, if you go to the Indigo Discs, into a, mind you, this sounds like a playground rumor. I know it does. But if you go to the specific spot in the Indigo Discs Blueberry Academy, there will be some spinning leaves. You go there, you spin for 10 to 20 seconds, maybe more, and you take out your camera, set it to the sepia filter, and turn around 180 degrees. And you have to be facing the flowers before you do it. You will actually hear Meloetta and turn around and see Meloetta singing. And it's not just normal, it's lo-fi-esque Meloetta. Like, they even have a lo-fi team star as well. It's like, they went out of their way. And it's like, it's the fourth ever mythical that you can get in a main game. We got Keldeo, we got Deoxys, Arceus. All those were mythicals. Can now get them in a mainline game. Arceus and Omega Ruby in Legends Arceus. Deoxys and Omega Ruby in Alpha Sapphire. Keldeo and Sword and Shields in Crown Tundra. And in the Indigo Disc, you can now get Meloetta. It is the fourth ever mythical. Sounds like cap. It really does! The funny thing is, do you want to know how you learn about the spinning thing? From a random student in a classroom. But the reason it's sepia filter is, specifically in Gen 5, when you do the Relic Song thing, the guy says, it just like, it's something along the lines of just like, it vibes like sepia. The song, like, it's a full-on reference. And what's cool is, like, you can even hear it if, like, I can try and pull it up real quick on my phone. Give me a sec to kind of play a bit of it. Um, yeah, in Scarlet and Violet, it literally has one of just, and you wouldn't have, like, I don't know if you can hear it well, but like, they actually, like, go out of their way for that. Like, I don't know how to feel about it other than, like, oh my god. Because they went out of their way, they remixed the song and everything. So it's not just a small, like, oh yeah, we didn't do that or this. Like, no, they went out of their way. So you can tell that they gave care to it. But it's so, like, classroom-esque, like, Mew under the truck type that you hear it and you just think to yourself, no, that can't be real. And it turns out to somehow be real this time. Like, and if that isn't the funniest thing, I don't know what is. A close second for funniest thing would be the Dudunsparce thing. The amount of people I saw get mad at it made me laugh because I'm like, this is exactly what Pokemon wanted as a reaction. It's a joke Pokemon. Of course its evolution is going to be a joke. And if anything, I love Dudunsparce. It's so much better. Plus, it reminds me of the Oreo meme. Oreo. Re, or. Rio. Or Rio, It reminds me of that meme. Like, and it's so funnily dumb to me. Like, it's dumb, but funny. Says something about my freaking sense of humor. But it's like, yeah, Dudunsparce is so great. Like, when people were like, I want it to be a dragon, I'm just like, you realize what it's based off, right? It's based off a really dumb, like, thing in general that's rare but not good. Like, that's the whole basis of it. And it's based off a real life thing that is just that. And it's like, did you really expect it to do that? But instead, they gave it a 3 segment version as a rare thing. Oh my god! I about pissed myself there. Holy shit. Oh my, oh my little heart. My little heart went pitter patter kaboom. Oh my lord. Favorite Pokemon? Noivern. Noiv Gen 6 may not be my favorite Pokemon games, but my favorite Pokemon is Noivern. Like, I love Noivern, I love Noibat. Like, just, oh, chef's kiss for me. And I still don't have a shiny Noivern, and I hate it because it's like I keep looking and I don't find them. I think a lot of people find it insane when I mention my first shiny was Latias by complete accident in my diamond version. And just because at the point I didn't know what a shiny was because that was early internet, and I'm like, oh, that was cool. Is it sit? I was so confused. So what I did is I caught it like, okay, maybe it's useful. Turned out to I looked like years later, I'm like, oh my god, that was my first shiny. What the fuck? I know, right? It's like I was just some dumb kid at the time. I still remember my friend, like some of my friends' reactions, like, you can't be serious. Like, I still have it to this day. I haven't traded it out of black and white, I believe. I traded it to black and white, and I never took it out of that. And I think part of the reason is because I know, like, at the time that I wanted to transfer it, I believe Pokebank still had its issue. Like, I wanted to transfer it to Sun and Moon originally, but Pokebank still had that issue of, um, like, transferring, like, Gen 4 to Gen 5, then transferring that to Sun and Moon as an issue. But I just never kind of took it out of black and white after that, and I know I need to. Even with all my Ivy breeding thousands of egg, I never got a shiny. Oh, I have my fair share of shinies. I can actually pull them up on my Pokebank right now because, well, Pokemon Home specifically, and I can tell you my shinies because I have a bunch from like events and etc. Like, I am one of the few people in the world who can say they have a full living dex of Pokemon. Like every Pokemon. Magearna, Marshadow, Zeraora, etc. Like, I have a full living dex. What in the communication era are you talking about, Pokemon Home? Don't be doing this to me today. I'm not booting up my Switch Lite for this. Uh... Okay, it does not want to load today, it seems. But, like, I got a shiny Nacli, Tarantula, I got Yveltal, as I like to call it, Yveltal. If you know the reference, you know the reference. Xerneas. Though I do like to call Yveltal Bacon Bird at times when it's shiny. I got a Celebi that's shiny. I got Lucario. I got Shinx, Luxio. Trying to remember what else. Because I know I also, like, because those are just the ones I have in home. I know there's some that I haven't transferred yet. Like, I know I have a shiny Garatina. And I technically cheated to get shiny Darkrai back in because the event was never released, so I used the void glitch, if you know what that is. Um, but I never transferred that to home. I need to go through. I keep forgetting that I have a bunch of stuff. Okay, back down to the bottom because I keep it at the last boxes. And I will tell you exactly. So I have a Riolu, Lucario, Metagross, Shinx, Luxio, Execute, Fennekin, Trumbeak, Litleo, Nacli, Horsey, Croagunk, Tarantula, Staraptor, Nosepass, Venomoth, Turtwig with Pokerus, um, a Sinistcha, a Psyduck, a Honchkrow, Ponyta, Golduck, Xerneas Yveltal, two Magmar, Lotad, Nuzleaf, Eevee, Selby, um, Mantine. It's a shiny Mantine. Um, I always forget I have this. Like, not gonna lie. Um, and Minun, as well as Dusclops, Kricketot, and an Execute, and Drifloon, and Abra. That's what and a Wurmple. That's what I have in my Pokemon Home. But I have stuff that aren't in Home. With Pokerus is crazy. Oh yeah, like that's how I first found out about Pokerus. I was like, what the fuck is this mark? And I looked it up because yeah, and I found out about it. It's so yeah, I got Pokerus on it too. Like in the shiny Fennekin I got recently. I left to go to the bathroom and I came back to my Switch Lite like, okay, time to go back to what I was doing cuz I was trying to gather battle points to get all the trade things and right there next to me, shiny Fennekin just sitting there like, "Hi, what you doing?" And I'm like, "Oh, um Meowscarada, let's take care of this." Like it was so funny. But yeah, like I got Xerneas and Yveltal from the events that happened like years back. I know I have a few others on my 3DS. Like, do you want to hear the dumbest thing though? So, when I went to update my 3DS, it would not update. I tried different networks, etc. So I finally decided, you know what? I give up. I need to update so I can use my Pokebank. Is there any way I can do this? So I literally jailbroke my 3DS so I could update the software. The normal 3DS software. So I could use my Pokebank. That says something. And you can imagine the amount of like pain I have in my freaking mind because of it. I'm just here like, really? The dedication. I mean, mind you, it was all to get some of the Pokemon I still had left out. Because I wanted to get some of them out before April because that's when they're shutting down a lot of stuff for the 3DS and it could very well shut down Pokebank. Even though they say it's not, I don't fully trust that. Like it's sad that I even had to do that in the first place though because it's just like really? But like I definitely want to use like my 3DS and stuff and like stream the stuff because it's like it's sad that it came to a point where I literally jailbroke my 3DS so I could update it. Like, Nintendo, what the fuck? Like, I have a dedication level that not a lot of people realize, and that some may even strive for. For certain things, I'm very dedicated. I will go out of my way for some shit, but seriously, Nintendo. Like, I'm quite sure if they made everything available on the Switch shop, a lot more people would buy it from the Switch shop than jailbreak stuff. I can guarantee that. Like, it's actually insane. Because it's like, you literally could just make it available to people and they'd buy it. Just saying. Because it's like, I think anyone can agree with me on that. Is like, there's some very dedicated Nintendo fans, and I'm one who is pretty dedicated in my own way. But like, if they made it available, I would have bought some of the stuff. But no, they'd be like, no, fuck you. Oh, hi, zombie. Ah! It burns! It burns! Okay, enough horsing around. I don't know if you've ever seen the show Mr. Ed. God, that is such a dumb but funny show. It's black and white. The fact that I have to warn people about that says something. But if you've never seen it, it's about a talking horse named Mr. Ed. And it is so fucking hilarious in its own way. Like, I think one of my favorite scenes is so comical to me because Mr. Ed, the horse, hits a home run with a bat and then slides, like almost home run, but then slides into home base using his hoof to hit it last second. And it's so dumb but funny. Like, it's it's such a weird but funny show. And it's an older show. Like, I have the whole first season on disc and stuff. Like, it's a really good show. Like, it's definitely a product of its time in a lot of ways, but there are some stuff that's just like, Lamau. Because you're just gonna laugh at some of the stuff because of the absolute absurdity of it. Because they used a real horse for a lot of this stuff, too. So, it's actually really funny. Because it's literally Mr. Ed getting up to shenanigans during the day. And then there's his owner, Wilbur. Wilbur. It's such a classic show for me. I used to watch it with my Grammy and stuff. I remember when she was getting sick and she just couldn't watch it on her TV, because she couldn't find the disc at the time. And she's like, but I know I can't watch it. And I showed her how to watch it on YouTube. And I still remember the happiness in her eyes when I showed her how to do it. Like, I made a whole playlist of every Mr. Ed thing I could find and made it unlisted on my YouTube. I deleted it since because it was basically one only for her, and yeah, it still hurts to think about at times, but like, I remember she'd watch that stuff when she could, and it was adorable. Like, my Grammy was one of those people who, like, I could watch shows with for a long time. Like, I just try to be a good grandson best I can, because I know end of last year my grandpa passed away, and my grandma Shirley, um, as we call her, um, hasn't been doing the best. Then there's my pop, who's my mother's father, who, honestly, who knows? But we don't expect my one last grandma to actually survive that long. At most, probably like few years, because with how close she was to grandpa, we don't expect, because it broke her beyond belief, because he had just got moved to a place in hospice where he'd be watched, where he felt safe enough, and my grandma had a bed next to him where she could stay and watch over him when he passed away. So he passed away after he finally felt safe with my grandma. And she knew as soon as he passed, and it broke her. And I know with my grandma Shirley, it's been difficult. I know she's had to sell stuff, do all sorts of things, and it's been hard. I know my mom and I make sourdough rolls sometimes, so my mom made some sourdough rolls for her the other day because she loves the sourdough rolls. Um, but it's kind of like with all the stuff, I try to take care of who I can in my life. Like, I care a lot about my grandparents. I always have. I've always been closer with my Grammy than my grandma and grandpa, but it still hit me hard because with my grandpa, he taught me how to gamble at a young age, which, saying that out loud sounds a lot worse than it actually was. We'd gamble for like sweets or pennies, sometimes quarters if we were feeling real crazy. But, like, he was a fun person to be around. My grandma Shirley is one of those people that you wouldn't expect it. She was a home ec teacher. Okay, she must be really good at cooking. No, she's not good at cooking. Not all the times. She can be great at cooking at times, but she has done things I never thought possible. She has burnt a smoothie. Don't ask how she did it. I don't even know. To this day, I don't know. I don't know how she fucking did it. But she burnt a smoothie. And I would have thought I was crazy if it weren't for the fact that my sister and I both witnessed it. We don't know how, but it caused the frickin' blender to smoke. Like, it was smoking because of, like, what the fuck? She has done things I have never thought possible. But nonetheless, like, I am like one thing I used to do with my grandma and grandpa was um we'd go out and like get lunch together sometimes or breakfast. And I remember we went to this place, I don't know if it's still around, I'd have to check. It was called the Soul Food Kitchen. And oh my god, it was so good. It was one place we went one time when we were just because we went on vacation a lot. They went on vacation to a lot of places too themselves. Like I remember they went to Venice and they got me a snow globe, which I still have above my desk to this day because I collect snow globes sometimes, but I also collect enamel pins because I collect pins more than snow globes, specifically the enamel pins. So like I have stuff like that are really weird, but I still remember doing a lot of those, and oh my god, it was seeing him order a pizza and just be like, I'm just gonna eat it. And he just ate most of it himself, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. And I still remember his reaction to there's a family-owned food place that is nearby that has really good homemade pizza that we went to, and oh my gosh, is that place in Virginia? I will not say what place it's in, mainly for I don't want to, for my own sake. But I will say it was interesting going to this homemade pizza place too because when they have pizza slices, I mean they have pizza slices. So like, let's say this is a normal pizza slice. This is their pizza slice. So like they have like pretty big pizza slices there. Oh, sorry. Oh no, it's fine. It's mainly just me not wanting to say for the sake of like don't need to say where I was at the time because Lord knows if it's still even there, but I will say there are other places I've been like I remember when I was visiting Florida, we'd always go to Indian Rocks Beach. I actually got to pet Winter the dolphin before they passed and stuff. Like I went to Clearwater Aquarium way before when like all the stuff with winter became a big thing too. Um, like I went to a lot of places with them. I know it was very weird because I remember we went to Indian Rocks Beach specifically, and I remember getting into the water and finding out why I can't swim in the ocean. And it's because as soon as I hit that ocean water, oh my god, it was bad. I didn't notice it at first, but I started just coughing up blood. It was bad. I don't know what caused it. It might have been the minerals in the water in general, like all the minerals, but like it was me coughing up lots of blood and just bleeding from my nose and mouth. Like it was not a normal nosebleed or anything. It was gushing to an extent where it was like I was bleeding out in some way, which is terrifying. But it was definitely an interesting experience. It's one of the many reasons I don't like to swim in the ocean, much less swim in general. But since then, a lot has changed. But it's crazy to look back at some of the stuff because I'm here looking back at some of it dang, we did a lot of weird shit. Because we did do a lot of weird shit together too. I remember, I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's a place in the St. Louis area we went to called Crown Candy. That was an interesting place to go and try. I know one thing I've always wanted to try is the Louisi is I've heard Louisiana has some pretty good food that I wanted to try. Like there's a lot of stuff we've wanted to do, but I will say there's some other areas too. Um, I will say the Rockies I haven't been to, but I want to go. The Smokies, on the other hand, is another story entirely, and it's part of why I don't like swimming as much anymore. Because I got trapped in rapids, and yeah, my dad got hurt quite a bit too. But God, the rapids actually scarred me in a way I never thought they would. Because so we were told that by our cabin it was normal rapids, like tier one tier two at most. But oh yeah, don't know. My girlfriend lives up there, so sounds nice. Yeah, I know for Crown Candy, it is it was on Food Network. It was a pretty famous restaurant for a while. Um, because of its milkshake challenge it has. We'll say they have really good milkshakes there. But back to what I was talking about. It's hard to explain other than just huh. But they always said that it was only up to Rapid 2. Turns out that was a lie. Like, it was really bad to an extent where I don't even know how to react anymore. Like, it was pretty shitty. I know that it sucked. I also went whitewater rafting in the Smokies. That was fun. Ironically, the only person who ever fell out of our boat was actually the person who was leading us on the tour, so we lost our tour guide. So that was awkward. Thankfully, we were able to get her back on board, but even then, it's still a funny thing to say. It's just like, oh yeah, we were doing a tour and we lost our tour guide off into the rapids. That one was a funny one. It's hard to forget that. Um, there's a lot of cool places in general that I'd love to go to either again or in general. Like, do I want to go to Florida again? No, not really. Too much humidity and just people I don't want to deal with. Like, eesh. Like, I can stand the humidity that is in my normal life, but Florida humidity is another story. And it's not like the humidity sucks for me, it's more that it's the heat. It's the heat that sucks, because I hate the heat. Too much humidity and homophobia. Too true, too true. But yeah, like, gosh, it's its own place. I know, like, I've been to my fair share of places. Like, I remember going with my Grammy to Oklahoma to visit my Aunt Gloria. Um, well, technically great aunt because it's her sister, but God, it was so crazy. Like, I still have one of the things we went because we went to a museum because as a kid and now, I love dinosaurs. I loved them for so long, and I still love them. Like, they're so interesting to me. Like, there's some really interesting little facts about dinosaurs. I'm nowhere near the fanatic I used to be, but I still know a lot of random facts and still love dinosaurs as a like thing because they're really cool. But I remember getting to look a Brachiosaurus skeleton like in the eyes, well, eye sockets, and it was so cool. And I remember I got this little thing with a little stegosaurus that goes Rawr! Well, not exactly, but I'd need to find. I know it's like, yeah, it's right up there on my bookshelf, but it needs new batteries. And I want to replace the batteries so I can actually hear it roar again because it like does this little thing where it moves and lights up. Dinosaurs are just so amazing. I know one game I've heard is really good that I've seen played that looks really fun is Pal World. I want to play that. Like, because I saw there's a Relaxosaurus, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna have a full team of dinosaur likes. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts. I'm doing that. Like, I will go out of my way for that. Because I love dinosaurs so much. I know that I grew up a lot with them, and it was crazy. And seeing it now, it's just like so much new stuff. Like, I remember back when I was young, there was the theory that Spinosaurus, they would walk on four legs like a crocodile. Like, that was a big theory back then. Like, and the fact that the full Spinosaurus skeleton, the first ever one, and I think one of the only ones at the time, was destroyed during World War II, during a bombing and stuff. I remember that. Like, there was so many random little facts about dinosaurs and just paleontology and archaeology I know. And I think that's kind of what turned me into more of a history buff than what that like now in general is my love for dinosaurs and just paleontology and archaeology. It's it's something. Power just made me want to play Ark Survival Evolved. I mean, it literally like I will say it's basically from the looks of it, it's like a mixture of Ark, like it's like kind of that survival Ark esque, but also like into that monster catching type genre, or as people like to say, Pokemon clone. But it's like you know that some of that Pokemon wasn't the first, right? Like, I find it funny because I saw a thing where someone's like, look at these things that are like Pokemon clones, and they showed Dragon Quest, which was created before Pokemon, and it was a Dragon Quest creature that existed before that Pokemon did, and it's like you you realize that ain't no way. Yeah, I've seen some stupidity before, and it's hilarious how dumb some people are. And it's like, oh, well. And it's also like, some people will compare it to Pokemon, and it's like, I look at the Pal World stuff, and I'm just thinking, let's say it was ripped off of Pokemon. with the amount of stuff, there's a chance that it wasn't as well because something the brain likes to do is make familiar patterns and looks to things, whether intentional or not. So like that that leads to things looking similar. No idea is completely new type thing, but you could be the first to make it into something. Like there's all sorts of stuff that you can think of, and it's interesting because you look at it and you're like, yeah, some of them you can see it, but it's funny when I saw people like compare Dinossum to fucking Meganium, and I'm like, if anything, it looks more like Goodra, but they be comparing it to Meganium. Or like the one where it's like, oh, this is Cinderace with Arcanine's thing, and it's like, dude, it's just a, it's literally an Anthro Rabbit that is like plant based. Like, some of it is so far fetched that it makes me want to catch a Farfetch. They're both green and have long necks. Like, yeah, that's basically how they act. It's so dumb. Like, some of them I can see it. Like Dire Howl, I can see the similarities of it in Lycanroc. I can see that. But Galarian Meowth and the frickin' like flat faced weird rat thing? Yeah, fuck no. Like some of them are such stretches, like Salazzle and the Fangirl one, like that is said to be like a very like sexual mon to humans at times. Like it's just kind of like that says something about you as a person if you're saying that about Salazzle. Did I did hear they had to remove the Luxor one. I don't know if that was ever true or what, but yeah, the Luxray one was probably the closest to an actual mon, but it's like even then, like none of them evolve. Like, oh no. Like some of them are so far-fetched that it is actually insane, and it's just people like finding reasons to hate the game. Like I get people hate the guy because AI, and yeah, I understand that, but you realize that these most of these designs were put in before AI was like a big booming thing. You realize this, right? Like when it was first released as a trailer with like actual like working gameplay. And even then, it's such a big team that the the leader does not like reflect the team because if you look at the actual team members, a good chunk of them are not for AI as well. Oh yeah, Pokemon fans are rabid at times, and honestly, I think it's them just trying to hate on it because it's better than the actual Pokemon games. Because let's be honest, they did better than Game Freak. My only hope is that Game Freak takes this as a lesson in some form and realizes maybe we need to put more effort into our stuff. Because Palworld has really gone crazy in terms of sales and concurrent players within its first bit, and it's like, holy shit. And it's still in early access. Like, imagine like where it could go from there. It's like, honestly, I think it's a great idea for a game. Also, I saw people get mad about like stuff like, oh my gosh, insert like slavery um Pokemon stuff like trigger warning to that. So it's like you realize that it's just a realistic take. Like, let's be honest. I think any of us can agree that if you were in the Pokemon world and you heard Pokeballs can catch any organic matter that is like living and breathing, you would try and catch a human. Like, you can't tell me that no one tried to do that. Like, almost certainly someone did. Like, the hell? Like, there's definitely someone out there who went to catch a human. And it's just like, are you really surprised? This, this, that take was dumb as fuck because the entirety of the Pokemon is animal abuse. Like, yeah, like, if anything, they're like, it's when the Pokemon comes like, oh, they're fine with it. It's like, it's, they're animals fighting. Like, doesn't change what it is. At least lean into it. And like I think that's one thing I do like about Scarlet and Violet is that they've been leaning into some of the darker themes of the actual like series, like actually like having the professor and stuff, like actually mentioning death. It's like, guys, can you shit on Palworld but say it's okay but say it's okay. Yeah, it's like it's literally just picking and choosing over a big company. It's just so dumb. Like I can get the hate behind the AI stuff if it is true, but there is no evidence of that. Like, if anything, there's more evidence against it. That's the sad part. But it's like, I look at it and I just think to myself, are people enjoying it? Okay. Is it an actual ripoff? Doesn't seem so. If anything, it seems like a mesh of multiple game types. Because Ark didn't create the frickin' whole like point system thing for a survival game. And Pokemon did not create the monster catching genre. Hell, some games did not create insert crazy background for boss type thing. Like that stuff is just a thing. Like it's not like these games created it. So if anything, it's just like picking at dumb straws for no good reason. And it's just sad because you look at it and you're just thinking to yourself, damn, what an idiot. Because in all reality, it doesn't matter what you say or do. It's a game that's not going to change anytime soon. And if anything, it just means that it's a game. Oh no. What are you gonna do? Ooh, it's a game! Boo! Like, oh, it's a game! Ooh, boo boo boo. Boo. Did I scare you? Like, it's honestly just funny to me how dumb it is. Nonetheless, though, it's an alright game. It's pretty chill from the looks of it. Like, it's something I could see myself playing personally. Like, maybe in my free time if I were to get it, but like I have Ark and stuff. I've played Ark. It's a game I do enjoy, and I'm interested in seeing what they do with the second one, but who knows? We'll find out one day. One day. Uh, that day may be today. It may be tomorrow. It may be in a couple of years. It may be in a couple of months. We don't know. Oh, but for real, people are so angry now. Like, yeah. Honestly, people will get angry over such small things. It's hilarious. Like, that's why I'm one of those people that if I ever have to deal with, like, a troll in my chat, my first thought is just treat them nicely and just be like, dude, you can keep doing what you like, but you'll get banned. Like, why not join and just chill out? Like, seriously. Because in all reality, it's more funny to see them get angry about, like, not having an effect than anything else. Because in all reality, I couldn't care less. Like, if you're gonna troll, do it to someone who cares, I guess, but even then you shouldn't. Like, get a life type thing if you're gonna go and troll people. If anything, I've watched streamers who do a similar thing, and I've seen them, like, just complete, and it's just, I don't think I've gotten a single troll. The most I've gotten is, like, people who kinda went out of the way and just like, oh, insert thing here. If you need this, like, no, I'm fine. Like, that's the most I've gotten is the people trying to advertise for their, like, making something for streamers type thing. I'm like, no, I do it myself. Because I'd rather do it myself. At least right now. But either way, I just kind of want to go about it, like, just chill. And that's kind of, like, my whole philosophy on it is just chillax and just enjoy the moment. Because sometimes it's all you need to do is just chillax. Like, me personally, that's what I enjoy doing is just relaxing. I know if I ever do get a troll though, I got a plan. And who knows what's going to happen. But what I know for sure is I don't care what they say or what they feel. I'm a person, and if they're going to be assholes, they don't have to stay. But if they want to, they can stay. And they can just chill. Because, if anything, kill them with kindness. That's kind of how I see it. Because if you basically just don't, if you don't, like, let them get to you and stuff, and you just kind of be a better person on the side, it can throw a lot of them for a loop, I found, and it's hilarious. I had someone come into my chat and call me a dog, R word, and she'll not say, then ask me if I was an animal. So I was like, bro, why? You don't even try. You're obviously gonna get insta ban. Yeah, it's, if anything, like, if they go out of their way to do stuff like that, it's just gonna be an insta ban type thing because it's like, dude, get a life. Like, that's how it feels every time. It's like, get a life. Literally, yeah. It's like, I'm someone who loves being able to stream and loves being able to entertain. Like, I try to keep a more chill vibe and just stay more down to earth than other streamers in a lot of cases, but I also try to just be friendly because sometimes that's all you need is a friendly face to remind you everything is gonna be okay. Maybe hard one day, but also one day it's gonna be great. You'll have a great day, and things will always go peachy for a day. May not be today, may not be tomorrow, but it'll happen. Like, I just try to keep that more chill vibe because it's just what I enjoy, and it's just who I am. Like, I'm not gonna put on a mask and just act like a different person. I'm gonna be myself. I may act crazier on stream than in real life at times, but that's mainly because I'm less subdued on stream. Like, I used to be so quiet during streams, like, and I find that when it's coming up to topics, I have trouble when there's no one to talk to in chat. But when there is someone to talk to in chat, I can just come up with ideas so much easier, and I don't know why. And it could just be a mental thing. And in all reality, it just feels more like a conversation when you're talking with like chat and stuff, and it's like so fun to me. Like, you can have some of the most interesting chats in a frickin' stream chat. Like, I know I normally just will stream for like a few hours, just chilling, chatting with chat. And it's like I try to be as interactive as possible. And I know I want to do some more streams this week if possible. And if I do, it's probably going to be on Friday because Thursday right now is just up in the air for when I get off, but I'm looking at it and the appointment and I'm just thinking I'm not going to be back before school before my and have enough time to stream for more than maybe like an hour at most, which at that point it's just like why do it? Because when I'm going to do a short stream, I'm going to do at least 2 hours. And I'd rather not miss class. And it's like it sucks that it got moved to that, but it's better than suffering for another few more months. But like for me, I know one thing that like, and I think it was me. You, I feel you. It's so nice to be chatty. Yeah, it really is. Like, and I'm one of those people who actually feels bad when they miss a day that they usually stream on because I just feel bad like I'm failing people, but I know that like it's not something I can help. But it's like I still have that moment of just like, God damn it. Like, I remember I got sick early on, like, and I could not speak for the life of me, and I was like, I felt so bad about it. But it's like, I just love being able to chat. Like, when I get sick, I've noticed when I get, like, fully sick, my voice changes, and it hurts to speak, and it usually affects my throat most. Like, and that's something you notice is, like, my voice gets more raspy and stuff, and it's and basically instead of sounding like that, I'd sound a lot worse. But that's probably the best I can do with my voice without maybe doing like this, which kind of hurts my throat to do. But even then, it's like I've done so many voices and things. I've done years of stuff, but it's always my throat that gets affected by sickness. And I know why, and it's probably because I just used my voice a lot more with like voice acting and music and stuff like that. It's like probably just affects that more because thing do thing. Like I'm someone who's always enjoyed ugh, doing stuff like that. And I know for me, like I still find it insane just looking at like some of the stuff that when I started versus now because it doesn't feel real either. Because you're just here like, damn, it's really been that long. Damn, it's been way too long. Jesus Christ. And then you start like having that mental like, oh dear God moment. But it happens. There we go. Cleaned of dirt. Now comes the annoying part. The stone. Like, I'm one of those people who I will stream for hours, but it just depends. I know that not everyone enjoys it, and not everyone has to. Alls I know is I'm happy where I am, and if it gets more, it gets more. If not, and it doesn't. I'm just happy to be able to be myself. Let's see what I can get. I might as well grab some coal at least. I know what I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna grab this coal and like the other ores that are kind of on the surface here, put them away, and I'm probably gonna end stream mainly because I got a few other things I gotta do today. I hate when I have these more busy weeks that I can't stream as long or like do as much. Like 4 hours is usually my stream amount anyway, and I've been going for almost 4.5. And it's like I love streaming so much, and honestly, if I could, I would go for way longer. Like I'm one of those people who could probably go and do like a 12-hour stream and be fine because I already have enough trouble sleeping, so If anything, it doesn't change much for me. So it just means I'm not in bed that time. Let's see. Any more? Oop, there's some iron. But yeah, like I'm one of those people. What's your usual schedule, by the way, for future reference? So I usually stream like early mornings on Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I usually stream around 8 to 8:30 usually, sometimes a bit later, though rarely later than 9. But I usually stream like early in the morning because it's usually when I have free time. Um, I know depending on what happens though, I might stream longer too in the future. It just depends. But for now, like I need to put that up in the schedule like of announcements or something. I might actually do that. But I mainly do Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, um 8 a.m. and I usually go for about 4 hours, sometimes less, sometimes more. It just depends on what I have. Tuesdays I'm off mainly because that's where I usually do a lot of stuff related to school, etc. Weekends, I'm always busy, and when I'm not, it's rare. Alrighty. Yeah, but like I just try to keep myself busy as I can be. Put those here, put that in here, can put this stuff away. And then since I don't need a shovel right now, or an axe, I can put those away. But yeah, I think this is a good place to kind of end off the stream. Um, and usually, like always, when I end stream, of the people that I can, like, I usually don't get a lot of people I can raid either. Much less, I don't feel like like with certain things. Thanks to the stream. Aw, you're welcome. But I will see you guys later. I am going to head off and do my stuff. Um, I will see you guys later, and I hope you have wonderful days. So I'll be seeing you. Bye bye. Bye, guys.